Hey guys. Oh man, I'm exhausted. I just got done with work. When I tell you, I am so exhausted mentally, emotionally, and I have so much to do for this week. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. So, what do I do in the moment I clock out of work? I go live. I do live. It allows me to vent. It allows me to take up the bandwidth. It allows me to piss off other people that don't understand the concept of YouTube and how it works. It allows me to hang out with you guys. Hey, INFJ. So yeah, I am. Oh crap! I don't know if anyone's live. Hold on, is anyone live right now? I didn't even look. I literally just got clocked out of work, and I'm like, I'm going to go live just because I don't know. I've got problems. Let me make sure real fast. No, it doesn't look like anyone's live. I don't think there's anything going on in Discord right now either. So I'm just like, why not go live and hang out with everybody? Oh man, I am so exhausted. I should be jumping in the shower right now or taking a bubble bath and just relaxing, honestly. Hey Tim. Oh, hey Street. Hold on. I have the link in. Hold on. I forget these things. I don't understand these things at this point in time. When I tell you, I've worked so hard. So hard. I don't even think you could fathom it. I don't even know. Oops. I don't even know how to do this right now. I can't function as a human. Okay. Paste. Here we go. I should have titled this the Hangout and Piss Everyone Off Club. Honestly. This should be titled Hangout and Piss Everyone Off Club. Oh, my feet are freezing. I'm wearing my like slippers right now, but my feet are freezing cold. And oh, by the way, you know how I was supposed to do my room, like organize it this weekend? I didn't do that. I literally, because I'm still sick, I'm still trying to recover from being sick. I have just fucked everything off. I haven't done a single damn thing that I was supposed to do for my room. Hey, Amy. Oh my God, you and I had the same type of day. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to lie. I had a day. And you know what? I would love to vent about it. I would love to vent about my day, but I can't. Want to know why? I got psychos so obsessed with everything I do, trying to call into my work. I can't vent about my day. Did you get permission to go live tonight and take up all the bandwidth? Oh man, I'm feisty as hell tonight, Street. Feisty as hell. Whew, I will tell you this. Actually, I don't even know I could say it. I don't even know. I'm afraid to talk about my own life because people are so psycho. Just say I had a really hard day at work today. I have to hire 11 more people by Friday. You know, today's Tuesday, right? Today's Tuesday. I canceled one interview just because I was like, this candidate is a no-go. The one I interviewed this morning was a definite no. So that was just another slot wasted, in my opinion. So I'm still at 13 hires. 13 hires. Oh, hold on. Let me see if Street's trying to get in the Zoom because I'm terrible at paying attention. Oh, he's not trying to get in Zoom just yet. Oh God. So yeah, slots today, absolute waste. Did so many screenings. I believe I did 6 screenings today. And out of the 6 screenings, I did 3 or 4 interviews for tomorrow. I wanted to do one more, but I'm tapped out. I'm tapped out at 6:00. I'm tapped out. So I'm clocked out. I am done. I'm off of work. I would absolutely love to have a beer or a drink right now, but I can't because I'm still technically sick and alcohol weakens your immune system. So I'm just trying to be smart, because also when I drink, it's like sometimes I just don't really have my boundaries set in play. So I could do stupid stuff and then be completely set back for a few days. Don't want to do that. My deadline is Friday. And if you remember, I had like, was it 2 or 3 weeks to hire 11 people? And I hit that number, right? Well, I've got 3 days to hit that number. Not 3 weeks, 3 days, all by myself. So I'm trying to book 18 or more slots for this week. Hey, Street.
What's happening?
Whoa, what the hell is going on with your audio?
I got to use my phone, man. My laptop's all like last night. It kicked me off, man. You guys kept roboting out. It ended up kicking me out, and I tried to get back on my phone, and it just kept looping, man. It was weird.
Are you on speaker, or are you off of speaker?
I don't. I'm just talking in the phone. I don't have the phone up to my ear, so yeah, I think it's speaker.
Okay, I'm just curious because it was just a different sound or audio, whatever. See, I can't even talk at this point. My brain is done. You know, I'm on my second cup of coffee right now.
And you just got off work?
For the first fucking 2 hours. I've had like 2 cups of coffee in the past 2 hours.
That'll get you amped up.
Oh God, it's not amping me up. It's just pissing me off at this point. I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to go to war.
It's a strange world we live in, man, especially the community.
INFJ is saying, why only 3 days? Because I like to choose. I wake up INFJ and I choose violence, apparently. I can't even explain to you, Street. I'm so stressed out. I am so stressed out with all of this.
Well, I think I mentioned it last night. The alignment of the planets has a lot to do with the overall collective too.
Yeah. I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. I love my job. I do. Do I like the stress? No. And I could probably learn different avenues to avoid so much stress. But today especially, it's like, I feel like anywhere else in a company, if you were to be like, oh, you want me to hire 20, that's the goal. I'm going for 24 just to try and, push that limit. It's like, it almost feels like I got punished for saying I'll hit that limit. Cause it's like, no, you're not going to do 24, you're going to do 30. And I'm like, what? And so thank God, my boss talked him back down to 24, but really my numbers are supposed to be only 20. So I'm like, okay, I shot myself in the foot with that one. So I'm not going to ever do that again. But right now I'm still technically the only recruiter. And so all by myself, I have to hire 24 people in this time frame.
Okay. So once this time frame's over and you get your next 20, can you in the future, instead of like taunting them saying, fuck you, I'll get more than what you want, can you like put 4 or 5 or 6 in the bag, turn into 20, and then when the new cycle comes in, you already got 4 in the bag?
Yeah, see, that's exactly what my boss told me today too. She was cracking up. She's like, I used to do the same thing. You shoot yourself in the foot. And I'm like, well, I wasn't trying to shoot myself in the foot. I was just trying to show him, like, look, this is what I'm capable of, because like, long story with that one. And so, yeah, for the next class though, which isn't going to be till April, thank God, I have to hit 30.
Wow.
Like, that's going to be the goal regardless. Like right now, the goal is 20. And I'm like, oh, let's just go for more just in case of fall off and stuff. Like I had one got an accident, so he can't start until like 2 classes from now. And another one, we're waiting on the background to clear. So I'm just like, yeah, you always have to expect at least like 4 to 5 hiccups, But I'm just like, oh, dude, I worked so hard for those first 13. And I actually had more than that. I had 18. I should be at 18 right now, but I had, people fall off because it was too far out to start the date. So many reasons. So I'm officially right now at 13. I worked so hard to get there. I had like a 95% hire to interview ratio, which was like fantastic. Just from Friday alone to today, I had like 5 no's. Like the stress is just adding to my stress.
So I'm assuming you're working off their platform. So everything you do, they can keep an eye on it remotely.
Yeah,
right?
which
Yeah.
it's understandable, and I'm not worried about that or anything. It's just I feel like when I feel like I'm under the microscope, I get extra stressed out, and I'm like in my head, because I know I'm a kick-ass recruiter, and I'm more than capable of doing this. It's just right now they want me to bring 20 sales associates in office. And I'm like, okay, but we have X amount of people, and there's more people wanting to work for us remote versus in office. And I just was told yesterday I have to make sure 20 of them are in office. And I'm like, I've only got 8 in office. And they're like, okay, well then the rest that you have for the next 8 or 11 have to be in office. I'm like, I can't convince a person who's literally 13 miles away from our office to want to work in office. Like, what are you talking about? Like, everyone's used to remote. That's what we had to transition over to, was remote. And it's so much more convenient. It helps us save on gas. We don't have to sit through traffic. Like me, myself, I don't want to freaking go in office. I want to stay remote.
Well, it saves the company money too. They don't have a brick and mortar establishment that they have to maintain or rent or
Yeah,
whatever.
but we did. We just opened an office and we have a brick and mortar establishment on top of like remote. So I'm like, all avenues are stressing me out today. I love my job, but I'm so annoyed I can't have a beer at the moment. I need one. I need one bad.
Yeah, beer after a stressful day is always nice. Always.
Right. What do they call those things? Shower beers?
430 beers. You
Can't
got
do that. I
420,
would probably not wake
420s
up
in the
for my
park.
shift the next morning.
Well, 420s in the parking lot driving to that 430 beer.
I know. I mean, and I got my license all fixed and everything, which I'm still dreading. That freaking license coming in a couple of weeks is going to be hideous. It's going to be the worst. It's going to be so funny. But yeah, no, next week after work, I get to go to the salon and get my hair finished. So I'm like, yay. I'm looking forward to that.
Or the extensions.
Hell yeah, I'm going to be a high maintenance bitch. I deserve it.
Whatever makes you feel better, right?
Well, I mean, I want to hit that bonus for Friday too, so I could afford more shit that I want to get. It's like I always like to buy stuff, and I like to save up too. I'm saving up, so I mean, hitting a bonus for hitting that many people on my own, yeah, I definitely want to hit that. So I got 4 people interviewing tomorrow, all pre-screened, all ready to go. I think one of them's a maybe. The other 3, I think, will be instant yeses. Fingers crossed. But then that means all of tomorrow, I have to spend all of tomorrow's screening and or sourcing and screening to schedule 6 interviews in total for tomorrow or Thursday. Oh, it's just stressful. So stressful.
It might go smoother than what you think. You might be stressing yourself out for nothing.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I do that, especially with like narcissistic trauma bond shit going on in my head.
You can't run from that shit. You can't, man. It's with you your entire life. The best you can do is acknowledge it and be aware of it. It ain't going to go away.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, my ex messaged me yesterday. He was like, I can't even have spaghetti anymore because it reminds me of you. And I cried. And I was so pissed, Street. I was like, fuck you, I'm pissed. And he like wrote back question mark. I'm like, we could have had a perfectly fucking ever after if you would have just like admitted that you needed to do counseling. And the reason why you kept self-sabotaging and fucking up our relationship is because you're insecure about your fucking self. Like that's literally it. The entire time he sabotaged, he cheated on me, he accused me of cheating, all that shit. It's because he literally doesn't think himself attractive.
Might I suggest on his birthday, send a box with a Chef Boyardee spaghetti in it with no return address
That's kind of funny.
and a spork.
I just find it, yeah, seriously, sporks, fucking sporks. I just find it comical that like back when I was dating him, I never saw him as ugly or anything. I always thought I saw the world of him. And I always knew I was super cute and stuff, but I didn't hold that against him or anything. I was just like, I like you, you like me. There you go. This is how shit works. And now all those years of fucking being gaslit and tormented and trauma bond, I'm like, I'm not cute. I instantly think I'm not cute. I know I'm not cute, but it's just like I let myself go to shit, especially these past 6 months. I let myself go to shit. So like first thing I'm doing, went blonde. Second thing I'm doing, fix the hair. Third thing I'm doing, fucking gym pass. Like I gotta put in the work again. I gotta get my shit together.
I've heard of a lot of, it seems to be one of the games certain men play is when shit hits a fan, they see they lost control, you know, they can't keep you down anymore and you're starting to see the light. They
Yeah.
they always pull it out. I always knew you were better than me. And as soon as you realize, how many movies have you seen it? I always knew you'd realize I was underneath you and I tried everything. Bullshit. I call
Well,
bullshit.
you know what's crazy though? I never saw it until not too long ago. My friend Tanner made me see it. He was like, you do know you've always been better than DJ, right? He's like attractiveness wise, intelligence wise, like the only thing DJ has on me is he's got money, he has connections, and you know, he has his family and stuff. And like, don't get me wrong, he works really hard, everything like that. But I'm like, if I really think about it, I never was with him for the money or his looks or anything. I was with him just because I loved him. And it's like, now I sit here and I think about it and all the fucked up shit. And I'm telling you, the fucked up shit he put me through. When I tell you I had the option to be in a relationship with a millionaire, I'm not kidding. I chose DJ over a millionaire. That's just like someone should bitch slap me just for that alone. So if anyone
Well,
wants to try and call me a gold digger, they can't, because I had that option. I could have lived a millionaire's life, and I was like, I chose love over being a trophy wife. Okay.
sounds like the universe wanted you to learn something else in life along your path.
Yeah, they knew if I married someone with unlimited amount of money, I would just be like treasure hunts every day. Oh, it's so crazy. But no,
Well,
I seriously, I want to be able to build my own, you know, future and support myself. Because again, I let myself go to shit and I stopped taking care of myself because I thought, oh, if I have to depend on him, it makes him feel, you know, like he's supporting me. Like, even though he's afraid I'm going to leave him, he could think, you know, I'm guaranteed to be with him just because he's there to support me. And it wasn't a lazy thing. It was more of a, you know, a breadwinner type thing. And now it's like, bro, I know I'm more than capable of taking care of myself. I've taken care of myself since forever. And I'm just like, now I'm never like, even if you do have money, if I date you and you have money, I don't fucking care. I do not care. I run my own shit. I take care of myself. And it's so fucking, it feels so much better just being able to tell a man, go fuck off. I want nothing to do with you. It's so great, Street. I love it.
empowering, ain't it?
It's empowering, and I'm the ice queen. It was funny because I was talking to, you know, that one person, the one from Texas,
Yeah.
the one that was like, oh, I'm gonna be in California on your birthday, and then that shit show. I'll still talk to him and stuff, right? And I guess he was like on Instagram last night, and I was like, hey, why are you like live right now? It's fucking like 3 a.m. And he's like, because I'm cool and I went to a roof party. And I was like, what? So he sent me pictures of like a roof party. I'm like, oh, that's pretty dope. You're a cool kid. When I was like, but you're still a fucking mushroom forager. Like, what I see him as, like, out in the woods foraging mushrooms. But he was trying to tell me, like, oh yeah, you've got like a lot of stuff you got to unpack, and I would have that conversation with you, but I don't think you're ready for it. I'm like, bitch, you're not ready to have that conversation with me, because I'm not going to be this dainty little fucking princess who's a subordinate that's just going to be like, yes, master, you're right. I'm going to be like, you're annoying. I don't fucking support these ideals that you are trying to push down my throat. And even though you're extremely hot, I don't give a flying fuck at this point. Like, I don't care. I don't care. So yeah, I'm officially the ice queen who doesn't want to have any association to do with dating or men because they're all a waste of my fucking time.
Ice queens always come in handy when mixed drinks are involved, especially daiquiris.
Oh God, I would never drink a daiquiri. The fuck?
That
reminds me of Bellini.
You don't like daiquiris?
I don't think I've ever really tried daiquiris aside from those like cooler daiquiris.
It's a slushy with alcohol in it. That's all it is.
But it's like copious amounts of sugar.
Well, depends on your mixer. Yeah, whatever you can like make weak ones. If you use like the standard by the mixer, type margarita mix, strawberry daiquiri mix, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
It's a slushy with alcohol. Who doesn't like a slushy?
Interesting. I mean, I like them, but I don't like the brain freezes that come with them.
Oh, yeah. You ain't never had a brain freeze until you had one accompanied with alcohol. Oh shit! You talk about a ride.
I mean, they have this for Fat Tuesday in Vegas. So there's that. Oh my God. Oh, freaking Shiloh got back to me today, because he's always busy. I swear, I think that boy is CIA possibly too. He got back to me. He's like, sorry for the late response as always. He's like, oh, you could get Secrets to San Lazaro on the one website. And he's like, I'm so surprised you don't already have it. And I'm like, oh, no, I'm being forced. I'm being forced to purchase this book. Which I will eventually. I'll do it like next month. That sounds better.
It's such a prominent book. When you hold it, it carries weight. It's like 5 freaking pounds, man. It's massive. You know that you're holding something here. There's like a heavy load in your hand.
Yeah, but I feel like people don't realize how intense of a researcher I am and how deep it will go. Because like prime example, last night I was just trying to tire my mind out so I could finally go the fuck to sleep, right? And I'm like on Facebook and I come across an image of someone trying to talk about The Secret, like how I was talking about it. And they're like, oh, proof that in order to solve the puzzles, you have to use the back part of the book. And I'm like, finally people are listening to me. They don't give me the credit, but fuck it, whatever. I'm like, finally people are listening to what I had to say. And then I look at it and I'm looking at the information that they said, the ferry that goes with the San Francisco. And I'm like, oh, they have it wrong. They think it's the Narcissus, or sorry, the Narcissus mirror or something, because of like a piece of the painting kind of like mirrors what it was talking about. And I'm like, no, that's Florida. You're wanting to use the narcissistic ferry for Florida. But I'm like, for fuck.
San Francisco.
Yeah, for San Francisco, you need the Von Brownie, the Von Brownie or whatever it's called. Do you still hear? I sound so bad. I don't know why this keeps happening. I'm like no longer feeling ill, but I still sound like I'm fucking ill. Hold on. Worst thing ever. What is wrong with my fucking nose? Hold on. Jeez.
Sounds like you're drowning.
I know. It's horrible. Fucking hate it. So for San Francisco, I was looking into it and it said that, obviously the Von Brownie gives you information on like what you need to connect with. And it's talking about like fireworks and astronomy and science and stuff. I think I figured out what you're actually supposed to do. So, you know how the first stanza says, at Stonewall's door, the air smells sweet.
Okay.
It's the observatory at Strawberry Hill. The observatory that used to be there was built as a coliseum, like in what was it, ancient Greece or whatever.
Right.
And you know the coliseums, they're stone walls. They're literally known as stone walls. So when it tells you at Stonewall's door, the air smells sweet, you're also verified about Strawberry Hill, because in the image of the fairy, in her dress is a strawberry. That gives you Strawberry Hill, right? So it takes you to Strawberry Hill. And here's the fun thing. Again, you got to use the fairy to confirm the area and like what you're looking for. So they're talking fireworks and they're talking astronomy. Guess what fucking Mark Twain was obsessed with?
Fairies.
Halley's Comet. Remember? He was born with Halley's Comet and he died with Halley's Comet.
Yeah.
So astronomy, it explains why in the book they're like, oh, they like to hang out for fireworks and like, you know, you got the Lunar New Year and all that other stuff for Chinese history and mythology. But then they're like, they also like to hang around for astronomy and look at astrology and the fucking telescopes and crap, right? And so I'm like, giant pole, giant step to the place the cask is kept. I'm like, giant step, like one giant step for mankind, the moon.
Yep.
And so giant pole isn't a fucking pole. It's the telescope. That's what they also call a telescope. They call it a pole. If you go through etymology of the word telescope, it's known as a pole.
Interesting.
So running north but first across in Jules' direction is an object of Twain's attention. That's the observatory. And you know, Priest, he did this. He hid the casks back in the 80s, right? I think it was 81 or 82. The Colosseum, the observatory in the Colosseum, was already destroyed way back in like the 1800s because of that huge earthquake, right? And so they've always had, there's like the remnants of the Colosseum / observatory at Strawberry Hill. But guess what's in its spot? A massive tree. Exactly running north but first across from the observatory at Strawberry Hill. And then guess what else is there? There is a waterfall that is an exact match to the image in the book from the painting.
Yeah, that's my favorite painting out of all of them, I think.
Exactly, right? So not only does it give you the moon, it gives you the Chinese mythology, it gives you the culture of Chinese culture, talks to you about, you know, earthquakes, or not earthquakes, sorry. It talks to you about fireworks, it talks to you about astronomy. And I was like, why do they keep bringing up astronomy? And then I'm like, it's because that's what the object of Twain's attention really is. It's the fucking astronomy and the observatory, because he was obsessed with Halley's Comet. And so I was going down the rabbit hole last night, even though I was supposed to be sleeping earlier than what I wanted to. I stayed up a lot later, but I was like down the rabbit hole and I was reading about the observatory and all the thing at Golden Gate Park. It's all right there. It's all fucking right there.
Isn't that portrait she's holding? Isn't she holding like a blue ball in her hands or something?
She's like her hands are crossed and it represents like crossover drive or something. Hold on, let me find it again, pull it up real fast because I'm ADD and this is what we're going to talk about now.
Yeah, I thought something about maybe it's pearl size or something, but I thought she was holding like a pearl or something. And you're talking.
No, her pearl is I believe at her neck or something, and that's the jewel is the pearl.
Well, if you're
Uh,
talking moon and you're making the connection with the observatory, look for a reflection in what that ball, the pearl, or whatever they're calling it, the round thing.
yeah, for the moon, right?
Yeah, there might be a reflection of like the old conservatory or something.
They actually said the old conservatory looks like a moon.
Huh.
So hold on, let me find it. Where is that damn photo? I've got too many screenshots at the point. What is wrong with my stupid phone? Oh, here it is.
We were looking at one, I remember one night, it's been a while back, but one that was solved, and they were pointing out all like the reflections and what this meant and that.
Oh yeah, Boston. I think it was Boston, right? For
Yeah,
Paul.
and they were pointing out like, well, you can see right here a reflection here or something. Yeah, it's around her.
Yeah. Yeah, they pointed to her wrist and it showed that her wrist was hiding home base in her sleeve. It was a home base plate. Okay, so see this? Do you see the background of this?
Yep.
This is an exact match to the waterfall at Gold Gate Park where Strawberry Hill the observatory is this right here. So here's the pearl that looks like a moon, right? Talks about the dragon. The dragon is for the Lunar New Year for the fireworks. We're in the time of June, I believe. Yeah, June is for the rose. You have Alicrat's right there. Type shit. What was it? I forgot the name of the place. The prison, whatever it's called. I don't remember.
Alcatraz.
Yeah, Alcatraz. There we go. You have. I still don't know what this is really. It's like some type of statue thingy, you know, where it's like it looks like it's sitting and turned, or I don't know. You could see there's something that, but this right here is the waterfall, and it shows all the planets, which is like boom, planetary stuff, and then it shows I think it's the steam train or whatever the fuck, or one of those posts. I think that's what you need to look for. I think this is high post is 3 right here. And that is actually shown in the Golden Gate background at the park because it shows the it's not the herbal garden. What's that thing? Botanical garden. It's a Chinese botanical garden. That's all right here. So if you go to, let me see. Hold on. I go here.
I remember when we looked too. That gap in the mountain looks unnatural. As we're looking at it, it's towards the bottom left of that spire coming up.
Yeah.
That's totally unnatural looking.
Well, like check this out. I love how my brain is just so ADD. I'm like, hey guys, I'm live. We're gonna go down this fucked up rabbit hole tonight. You have no choice. We're going down the secret, which I'm telling everyone. So if I'm right, I'll never know because people won't give me credit. They'll just take it. But hey, fuck it. I really don't care. So see the moon and Mark Twain. So there's a famous quote by the American writer Mark Twain, 1910, taken from a satirical travel guide. And everyone is a moon and has a dark side, which he never shows to anybody. So he's like fascinated with the moon, but he was more so fascinated with Halley's Comet. Mark Twain had a great interest in astronomy. See? His interest is astronomy. He was born shortly after Halley's Comet became visible and was hoping to die around the time of the next sighting of the comet. He used to say, I came in with Halley's Comet in 1835. It is coming again next year and I expect to go out with it. And they actually said when he died, the Halley's Comet you could see in the background of the window.
That's crazy.
Right? And so he was like obsessed with astronomy. And when you go here, let me go back to the Werner von Brownie. This fairy specifically, it says like how to find this fairy. And it talks about where is it? Where's my brownie buddy? Here we go. So the Werner von Brownie says from the profoundest inner reaches of the atom to the outermost limits of the universe, from the first instant called the singularity, and for the hypothetically foreseeable future, we have with us the very experimental Werner von Brownie. And habits. This space age sprite prefers to spend his time where the reaction is, making sure what can go wrong does. It is the dubious distinction of anyone who glimpses a von Brownie that he or she is probably about to experience a scientific disaster or unforgettable proportion. This nuclear family of fairies loves to invite the friendly atom out to play. And it's a lead pipe cinch that whenever these brownies are up to their 3 Mile Island hijinks, which is probably something I should look into too, that's interesting, you'll find a red-faced power company public relations executive holding a Geiger counter with a melted probe, talking in reassuring terms about acceptable levels of radiation while spitting out her teeth. These cosmic creatures enjoy nothing more than the science of rocketry. From Cape Canaveral to Santa Barbara, the Werner von Brownie can be found conducting his own schedule of independent experiments on spacecraft. What would happen if one engine fired? What happens if this hose gets connected where that hose is supposed to go? Is this material fireproof? The answers to those and other questions of the von Brownie, more often than not, take the form of a fireball. Last-minute problems are the Brownie's special delight, shutting off cameras with the help of the glitches as they are about to photograph Venus, removing solar panels from space shuttles, and causing telecommunication satellites to vanish from orbit, are just 3 of their extraordinary interplanetary jests. So in the history, this is where it's interesting. When the first Chinese kid force-fed the first firecracker to an unfortunate and astonished Mongolian frog, that's a key to Mark Twain right there, because of the frogs and Mark Twain and Huckleberry Finn or some shit. The ancestors of Werner von Brownie were there. Not quite there, but certainly at a safe distance. Traveling westward with the spirit of scientific inquiry, a distant relative, the Brownie forebears sought to make their inquisitive way through Europe, but in doing so, made one too many exhibits of their explosive charms and thus found themselves expelled from the old world by its remaining fairies, including the beekeeping brownies of Cornwall, whose hives had been exploded by a power-happy member of the von Brownie clan. The Werner von Brownie emigres arrived in the 13 colonies and plenty of time to observe. With professional detachment, both the rocket's red glare and the bombs bursting in air, which again gives you San Francisco, a few of which were their own. The invention of the steam engine, again, that's Mark Twain, the eternal combustion engine, and solid fuel all owe a debt to the Werner von Brownie's endless store of explosions. Although they prefer to devote the majority of their time to space programs today, the Brownies are not above taking an evening off to meddle with fuel propellant and skyrockets at a local 4th of July firework display. As anyone who has ever seen an obscene word spelled out in letters of fire 200 feet tall will tell you. And how to spot these little creatures: postponed countdowns, unexpected setbacks, unavoidable budgetary overruns, and of course, huge fireballs are all indications that the Werner von Brownie's program is right on schedule. So the whole thing talks about the Chinese, it talks about San Francisco, talks about fireworks, which the Chinese were the first to do, by the way, and it talks about science and astronomy.
Right.
So it has everything to do with all of these. This is how they say you find this fairy. So then if you go back to let me see. If you go back to that image again, it shows you what's happening. It shows you what's going on. You got Crossover Hill, you got the strawberry in her dress, and everyone knows that's the symbolic representation for Strawberry Hill. So, people are saying, it's going to be the Ghirardelli chocolate factory is, the air smells sweet. But it's not. And people think, it's Shakespeare talking about the poem about sweet as a rose or whatever. Like, it's not. They're talking about it's sweet because it's Strawberry Hill. It's called Strawberry Hill because it has strawberries. And when you look into it historically, it talks about how the air is sweet over there because of the strawberries. You could smell the sweetness of the strawberries. So at Stonewall's Door, which is the Coliseum / observatory, the air smells sweet. So you've already got the information about the astronomy there, right? And then it says not far away, high poster 3. Well, that gives you the Chinese Botanical Garden. And if you look at the Chinese Botanical Garden, where did it go? There's a Unir Festival, Vanity. Like, what did I go into? I have all these little. Why do I have all these things open? There's San Francisco. There's the Coliseum. And like, see for here, the Coliseum, it says that. Wait, what? That's not what I wanted. That's not the Coliseum. The hell? Okay, here's San Francisco. Remembering the earthquake-proof observatory at Golden Gate Park that fell 15 years. So let me share this one so you can see it. I forget you can't see this until I share it. Okay. Can you see that?
Yep.
Are you bored of this?
Nope.
You're like, she doesn't shut up.
No, go right ahead. That's the purpose of these things, isn't it?
Wait, why is it? Ah, I don't want this. Okay, so do you see this tree?
That looks old.
It is. The base is all that remains of Sweeney Observatory on top of Strawberry Hill in Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. The observatory was destroyed in 1906 earthquake. 1906. So the trick with all this and the difference between when he hid the casts versus now, oh my God, why does he keep doing that? Is he hid this in, I think it was 1981 or 1982. So you have to make sure whatever you're looking into was there during that time. And this tree has been there since 1906. That's an old ass tree. And it's all that's really left of the observatory.
I would
And
venture
you know how he talks about how nature and like new and old and everything? Why does it keep doing that? Oh my God, that's annoying. Okay. So Thomas U. Sweeney may be the first person to have a Golden Gate Park landmark named after him, and he was certainly the first to make a show of it. Sweeney, who made a fortune in gold mining and buying property in San Francisco's Inner Sunset, cast himself as a modest man of the people at a dedication ceremony 130 years ago for his newly built panoramic viewpoint atop Strawberry Hill, the Sweeney Observatory. Okay, this is getting fucking annoying. Why does this keep happening? Like, why is this popping up every 5 seconds? It doesn't even let me like close out of it. So, like, see that tree? Look at how grandeur that tree is.
it looks older than 100 and what, 18, well, 100 and whatever.
And do you see the foundation of what they have it on? Like, this is what it used to look like. And they called it a Coliseum. So after the Sweeney Observatory collapsed in 1906 earthquake, people came to take photos in the ruins for years after, such as this couple in a circle. What the? Somebody better not. This is fucking annoying. Okay, I don't know why it shows that, but like, look at that. Won't let me zoom in anymore, but they literally called it the Coliseum.
It looks like one.
So it said, where is it? Absolutely earthquake proof. Only lasted 15 years. It was destroyed in 1906. And it became a photo op for park visitors. It was a makeup spot. But you see what it looked like?
Wow, that looks like knights and Maidens in
castles.
Touch Time.
They called it a coliseum. They called it a coliseum though, and
See the back part where that photo op was, but that grand entrance, yeah, that looks like medieval times.
right. I'm sad that this got destroyed. It was beautiful. Why can't they redo it? Like, look at the water, and then look at that arch is kind of like mimics the arch in her collarbone. If it's flipped, there's like more stuff to this. And then it showed walk on the ruins of Strawberry Hill without even recognize it. They're tougher to spot, but the concrete chunk with exposed rebar reserves as bench. They have the benches. They have the bridge that is also a match to the image. Right here, they have Hall of Doom, Justice League. I mean, because you're trying to figure out education and justice for all to see. And it's talking about the injustice that the Chinese had to endure because of all the bullshit that's happening during the gold rush. They were like racist and treated them like shit. And so they decided to create the Chinese botanical garden to respectfully, because fucking this is getting pissed. This pisses me off. Whoever's behind this, fuck them. See, Coliseum.
Yep.
It's made out of stone.
Looks like flags on each of those spires or whatever at the top too. It looks like little flagpoles with flags on it.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's interesting. So
those were windows in those openings, wasn't there?
yeah.
I'll bet you that place was, and it's red rock. If it's like the foundation, red, I'll bet you that place is amazing to be inside.
Right? So it's like they got the water. They've got so you got this. This is the observatory. Look at these rocks. Like this is what's left of the stone wall. Like Stowe Lake, Strawberry Hill. It's the damn observatory. That's where you start. You start at Strawberry Hill. You don't start at fucking Chinatown. And it takes you to the Chinese Botanical Garden, which then gives you this lovely little detail on Chinese Botanical Garden, San Francisco. I don't know why I choose this violence each day, but I do. Is it the Japanese tea garden? Yeah, here we go. Sorry, it's the Japanese, not the Chinese. Fuck, I'm tired. So the tea garden, let me share this. This is what you're seeing in the stump of the table. Is this right here? Oh my God. Will you stop making me do this? I don't like this thing. Okay. Go. Let's take you here. Can you see this?
Yep.
So Japanese tea garden for San Francisco. So it's right between Stowe Lake and all that at Strawberry Hill. So it takes you to Strawberry Hill. And then do you see that little building thingy?
Yep.
I think those are the high poster 3. And then it gives you where is it? There's a Japanese tea house. See, there it is. You can't even see it, but that's the image of what the table is. So it talks about the things that he created. So the anti-Japanese settlement led to what just throws me off though, which is really interesting, because we know that it says far from Cathay, and Cathay is China, right? So it gives you Chinese immigration. But here it's talking about Japanese immigration. It's like kind of blending it together.
I remember I think Gigi was, and Lucky might have been in that conversation, but I remember
Yeah.
the story about the caretaker and the generational, and they ended up booting him out of it, man, took control of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. After what? So many, I forget how many generations. I remember we were all like, wow, that's pretty fucking shitty, man.
Mm-hmm. And it wasn't it because of like World War II or some shit? World War I and World War II. I fucking can't
World War
remember.
II, because of his nationality, they didn't trust him, so and they were losing business, I think it was. So they put like a Caucasian in there to oversee the tea garden.
Well, it says for the past 15 years, the Japanese tea garden concession had been under other management, but in the summer of 2009, the garden returned to Japanese hands. So let me see if it talks about the waterfall, because I think the waterfall is important too. I was like a huge part of that image. So here's the post. See, that's a fucking match. The lantern. That's the match. That is an exact match to that table post from the image. Look at that thing.
Those pagodas or whatever, that statue right there in the forefront, those are popular Japanese gardens.
Yep, it's an exact match to what's the base of the table in the image. And then look at the pond. I think this is where it shows where is it? There's a koi ponds, Zen garden. There's the Buddha. See, the Buddha is the I think the match to what you're looking at for allocrats or some shit. I can't remember what that was. There's the moon bridge. See, the moon. Just like they talk about the moon in the stanza. They have the cranes. They have, where's the waterfall? There's a tea house. I gotta find the other part. There's a waterfall in there too.
Okay, if that
that
lantern thing, that little garden statue thing is holding up the table, and the rose was on there with the curled end, and it was 5:59, wasn't it? Not quite 6.
Yeah.
Where's the
No, I think it's June. It's June.
What?
I think it's the month for it is June.
Okay. All right. It looks like it's not quite 6 yet. Almost.
Maybe. So like end of May?
Well, look, if you go, whenever you flash back to that table, that struck me odd. It's like off just a minute off 6.
I forgot what the waterfall's called. Where the fuck is that waterfall?
Well, how many days are in May? 30 or 31?
I don't remember. I'm terrible with numbers.
Well, it could be alluding to 1, which would put it the last day of May, maybe.
Which would maybe true, because he's big on shadows. I think it might be this one that shows it. Let me copy it. I love how I decide to go live when I'm mentally exhausted. I deserve a trophy. Trophy for doing dumb shit. Okay. Okay. It shows Japanese tea garden, right? So the oasis is in the heart of San Francisco's Golden Gate Park. How it came into existence. Tranquil Escape. Tea garden. There's Half Moon Bridge. There's a drum bridge. There's a bronze lantern of education and justice. Okay. Another the Buddha statue. Where's the waterfall? Hey, they have snacks. I want to go there now just to go check this out.
Oh shit, tea and snacks, I'm in.
I love tea and snacks. Like, sign me up. I don't want to fly there though, because I remember when I flew there the last time, it was like absolutely traumatizing. Is this the right one? Or is this the Chinese garden that has the waterfall? Motherland, he puts you everywhere. He puts you everywhere in these damn things. But yeah, this is definitely the high poster 3. And so I know Golden Gate Park. So you're in Golden Gate Park. Where is that mother freaking waterfall? It might be the Chinese garden. Because then, like, Golden Gate Park is massive for one.
And it's right there on the coast is right there. It's right, whatever they call that. It's up on like a bluff or something overlooking the bay, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's in Golden Gate Park. It's at Strawberry Hill. It's a very specific, detailed waterfall in the park that's an exact match to the image in the background of the image. Golden. I was looking at it last night and I was like, oh shit, that's a match. Let me see.
You find a door that matched that door that you were looking at the top of that mountain precipice or whatever it is, that rock formation? Weren't we looking at
Yeah, I
it?
think that's the Allocrats, isn't it?
I was thinking I don't think it was a Garden Gate door, but you found a door. And I think it was around whatever waterfall you were talking about in the general area.
Did I? I always forget what I find nowadays because I'm just like, ooh, look at something shiny. Like everything, what's everything to know on Strawberry Hill? There's that. There's the moon bridge. There's these big ass step looking stone thingies. I don't know. Oh, here it is. Okay, here. This is the waterfall. Motherfucker, let me save you. Onto photos. Okay. And I go here. Because my brain hurts. Okay. And then, why are you frozen? Stop share. Share. Photos. God, there's too much to do with this. Okay. Add. Can you see this?
Yes.
That's an exact match to the background from the fucking image.
Same
Oh,
type.
waterfall. Huh?
Same type like rock formation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is it hidden in the background? They were like mastermind evil geniuses when they did this.
Is that the moon bridge above there or a different bridge?
I think that's a different bridge, but I'm not sure. Because are you talking about this piece right?
Yeah, never mind. It's pretty flat. Yeah, that's a flat one.
There's like so much to it. And I think where everyone goes wrong is the object of Twain's attention. I think it's astronomy and the observatory. But yeah, I think my brain is fried. We could go on to the next topic.
Yeah. I can remember that night. It went on for hours, man, when we were looking at that San Francisco picture and talking about it.
And you were talking about orange chicken.
Yeah. I had it solved the next day. I remember that. Yep, it's solved. Go home. Nothing to see. Nothing here to say.
You messaged me too. You were like orange chicken.
Yep. And that had that statue where it was an orange chicken.
Right. Let me
Well,
order orange chicken right now.
Actually, it's Peking duck. It was a duck, but it was orange. That orange statue.
It was a duck.
Yeah, like to orange Peking duck, orange Peking duck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of racist when I was looking in that park. I forget what park, the name of it, but it was pretty much downtown San Francisco. It was like, wow, man, orange Peking, you racist fuckers, man, damn.
That's funny.
So
Shit.
statue of an American over there would be a hamburger, a greasy hamburger or something.
Yeah. Fuck, what was it? I remember something else you added to and I was just cracking up. I'm like, he's gotta be trolling me at this point. Wait, why'd you put cake in chat? Are you talking about mooncakes?
No, Richard was reciting Going the Distance, the name of the band's Cake. If you look at Richard's comments, the two up above, he's singing the song Going the Distance from Cake.
Oh, I thought I Can Go the Distance from Hercules.
Well, it's either that or Douglas Preston's going to jump out of a cake. I'm not sure who's going the distance.
Oh my God, she keeps talking about that. I don't understand. Like, why does she continuously? Oh man, I have no words for half the shit she does. I'm not even kidding. Like, I don't know if it's like an insult to have her talk about her imagining Shiloh pop up out of a cake. Cause like that's just weird. And then you go from Shiloh jumping out of a cake to now Preston. Like, why would that man jump out of a cake? Only strippers jump out of cakes.
I'll be honest. When I heard that on the video, I instantly, my brain started ticking, and I went and started searching for crazy people jumping out of cakes, and all I could find was like two of them, and they were women. One of them was Marilyn Monroe. I'm like, yeah, that ain't gonna. I was hoping I could find some crazy motherfucker jumping out of a cake video.
Honestly, the only thing you'll find, actually, I'll Google it right now. The only thing you'll find are like strippers jumping out of cakes.
Yeah.
Jumping out of cake. Yep, all strippers.
Yep.
Here's one. Oh, wait, is that photoshopped? I can't tell. I can't tell. Oh, yeah, you're right. That is Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah.
There you go. I found one. Shit, where'd it go? Why did it go away? Where'd that one go? Okay, this one. Okay. I'm gonna have to go through my photos later and clear them because this is pointless, but here is Barbara's ideal cake montage right here. Just popping up out of a cake.
What's up?
We need to deliver this to the 8 Lounge, and it needs to be associated with the nipple pinching VIP status. Right here.
Yeah, got to.
Oh man, I don't. It's really creepy too for her to say she wants Shiloh to jump out of a cake. Like, if I said it, it'd be less creepy because I'm his age. But I wouldn't want someone like Shiloh to jump out of a cake because that's still an insult. Still an insult. So like, why are we over here being like someone's gonna jump out of a cake? What about your peeps? How about we stuff all your fucking peeps into that cake, Barbara, and then blow it up? Problem solved. The peeps in the cake are just blown to the wind.
Well, from a psychological standpoint, what I heard was someone of stature such as Douglas Preston and Shiloh, in her mind, the stature, she's put them on pedestal as godlike almost. For them to jump out of the cake, that was a Freudian slip. She wants to be admired by the people that she has put up on the pedestal. That's what I read. I could be wrong, though.
So she does so by trashing them and saying they're not worthy and that they're... What was it that she said about Shiloh a couple weeks ago?
Oh, man.
I think I just like blocked it out of my head because it was just so bad.
Well,
remember.
Stop communicating with everyone but her. And what else?
I mean, she likes to continuously say the poem. Its solution is a poem about love to his family.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, it's love, but it's courtly love. It's based on something completely different, in my opinion. But I mean, why is she going around saying, oh, he's got a secret love child? Like, one, you're not the first person to assume that. But two, like, so just assuming someone's infidelity gives you uh what fucking seniority over the find of whatever this is. Like, I feel like if you did give her characteristics and her videos to a psychologist, they would be fucking set for life. They could write a book on like how not to fucking be this asshole.
They
Just
are
like
watching.
the
Ohio State's
what?
watching it. The Ohio State main campus is watching this. I send it to them every week. Everything she
Oh
does,
dear Lord.
and I'm
Oh
not
dear
breaking the law.
Lord.
I'm not breaking any laws doing that. It's perfectly legal. Yeah, there. I mentioned it the other day. Next year, not this year, but next year, they will be doing studies on this and doing. Yeah, I hope they invite me. I said, yeah, I'll volunteer to come in and like lecture the crowd for a while.
They're gonna be like, Candace, did she ever find a husband? Because she was really put through the ringer. Oh man, I don't even care at this point. I feel like we invited this bullshit in.
Oh, I open eyed and walked straight into it. I'm quite aware of the participants in this game, man. Quite aware, and I'm a willing participant, and so are they. They are willing.
I don't want to be a participant. Leave me alone. I'm tapped out. I'm tired. I don't even want to know the answers to this shit right now. Like, a small piece of me wants her to be a delusional, crazy lady. That's right. So we could just all move on. Although I feel like that would really be proof that some time jumping asshole really fucked with our timeline. Like, have you seen? They were talking about, okay, before I even say this, the Statue of Liberty, right?
Right.
Well, we used to be able to go up into the torch, right?
Yep.
Did you know they're claiming that we haven't been able to do that since 1910?
I've never heard, but I do remember when it was first went up. Yeah, you could go all the way up to the torch. Now they just let you in the head, right?
Yeah, but they're trying to say that it was never possible except for like in 1910 or something, and I'm like, no, I remember. There's pictures. They made it possible. Everyone's like, yeah, whoever's time jumping, they're fucking up our timeline massively.
Yeah, I don't remember what year it stopped, but I remember they cited structural issues, safety and structural issues. Because the weight, the arm kind of goes up and out, and something about the structurally they did a, I don't know, an inspection, and yeah, they stopped people from going up there.
Yeah.
I don't remember when though.
I had to stop watching TikTok last night because every single video was about the world ending, how to prepare for nuclear fallout, and the translation of what Putin was saying in Russian.
Yeah, pretty depressing, wasn't it?
I was like, can we go back to the aliens? I liked the alien part. It's like not even a week later, and it's just like goes from aliens to this is what's going to happen if a nuclear bomb goes off in your vicinity. And when I watch that street, I will tell you, I will never be the same again. Like, it is so bad. Do you even know? Do you even know what actually happens? Like, hold on. I would like to breathe. So if you're within a mile radius of that thing, your atoms are literally going to be ripped to nothing and disintegrate into the atmosphere.
Sounds like a nice place. That's where I want to be.
But then if you're like within a 3-mile radius, your ears will bleed, your eyes will bleed, your skin will literally start to turn black because of the boils and the baking. You will cook from the inside. Your brain will liquefy. Your organs will fail. If you're caught in the blast, you're gonna be impacted into something where either your bones and your internal organs are gonna be pierced and then die that way, or your brain and skull are going to shatter, and then it's going to like puncture your brain itself, and then you're going to die that way on top of it. Like, there's so many ways that are like, okay, this is what's going to happen. But if you're within like a 5-mile radius, you could possibly survive, but you're going to be so sick, you're probably going to die anyway because your brain's going to liquefy that way. Like, they're saying all this shit. And I'm like, over here, just pissed off because I'm like, we are literally being forced to endure shit like this and mentally prepare for stuff like this, all because of a bunch of jackasses who have continuously strove for power since like the dawn of time. And we're just like a fucking example for a message that basically sums up fuck around and find out. That's it. It's just on ego and fucking power. And so China's like, we don't want to fucking escalate this shit. Biden's like, well, fuck you, hold that beer. I'm going to piss you off. And now they're like, well, okay, we're trying to keep the peace. And Russia's claiming they're trying to keep the peace. And Biden's over there with Ukraine, and Ukraine's like, fuck you. And Biden's like, yeah, what he said, fuck you. And they're like, oh, we got nuclears. And then they're like, well, we got nuclear warheads and we got all this other shit. And then Russia has this like massive new weapon that could cause not only a huge tsunami, but it would be a radioactive huge tsunami where it would just totally destroy wherever it hits. It would turn it into a fucking radioactive desert wasteland. And like, we gotta literally sit there and prepare for it just because Biden won't stay in this fucking corner. You know how crazy that is? Like, the whole world could end all because one asshole in either Russia, Ukraine, the United States, Germany, Japan, wherever they fucking choose. Whoever decides to be the first one to launch something like this, the rest of us are going to watch all of it. We're all going to be dead.
Yep.
It's the stupidest thing. Like, I feel like they should not even be able to exist as human beings just for having the concept of that.
That's the world we've lived in ever since probably when we got the mass buildup of nuclear weapons, probably 50s, ever since late 40s, early 50s. Russia and United States.
Oh man,
That was
as tapped out as I am.
Apologize for that shit.
What am I trying to say?
Yeah, it could have happened at any second, man, throughout those years. It's a razor's edge.
And so now we just have to sit here. You know, I think today Putin was supposed to say something. Hold on, let me Google that. Putin announcement. Let me see what he said. I haven't even been paying attention. Oh, okay. Putin says Russia will halt participation. Halt. Putin says Russia will halt participation in New START nuclear arms treaty. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
You know what? These fucking nuclear treaty things, back in the day, they would meet, shake hands, and say, we agree to dissolve some of our nuclear weapons. Right? You know, America, you take 200 away. You can't take a nuclear fucking warhead away. Where's it going to go? You can't fucking, what are you going to do? Bury it?
You can take it back to your country.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. This nuclear, now they walked away from the table. Man, I'm with Trump with shit like that. Man, go fuck yourself. I'm going to do whatever I want. Fuck you. I ain't going to play your stick games.
Well, I mean, okay, so here it says, God, I really need to clean up my room. I'm a hot mess. Russian President Vladimir Putin's announcement Tuesday that Russia would suspend participation in the New START treaty, a key nuclear arms reduction agreement, is the latest in a series of ominous declarations in which he has made reference to his nuclear arsenal. What specifically this latest move will mean in terms of the worldwide nuclear threat is something of a question mark. The treaty was already essentially paused since Russia had recently refused to open up its arsenal to inspectors. Withdrawing from the treaty, so his declaration appears to be formalizing its current position. Russia's foreign ministry later clarified that Moscow will continue to respect the caps established in the treaty and that Putin's suspension of the treaty is reversible. What is the New START? New START is shorthand for Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. Is the last in a long series of nuclear treaties between the US and Russia. Oh shit, that's bad then. That's bad. Oh no. Strategic nuclear weapons are larger warheads that could wipe away cities. Russia and the US both also have similar or smaller tactical nuclear weapons not covered by the New START treaty. Much less is known about Russia's arsenal of tactical nuclear weapons. First signed during the Obama administration, in 2011, and then renewed in February of 2021. Shortly after President Joe Biden took office, the Strategic Arms Treaty places a cap on the number of nuclear armaments each country can have. Oh, so basically, because he's pulling out of this, Putin's trying to say, fuck you, I can have as many nuclear arms as I want.
Well, once again, it's just it's a public ploy. Do you honestly think that either side actually fucking coheres to it or abides by it? Fuck no, they don't. No bullshit. I hope the United States government's never played that fucking stupid game and actually did the things they said with Russia about this nuclear reduction. Yeah, sign the paper today. Yeah, we'll take 200 away. Leave the meeting, say, yeah, up production. We need 400 more. Yeah, bullshit.
So right now it says that we're accusing Russia of refusing to allow inspections of its nuclear facilities. Russia has raised questions about U.S. claims. It converted some previously nuclear-capable bombers to only carry conventional weapons. Democratic administrations have pursued treaties like this, and recent Republican administrations have questioned their utility. What will happen now? So,
well, let me ask you this question. You're not a president, but let me ask you a question. Would you trust Putin if he signed a piece of paper saying he was going to reduce his nuclear armaments? Would you trust him?
No, because everybody, your own fucking grandmother is out for themselves. So no, I would not trust them.
Not to mention they're one of our biggest adversaries. I mean, nemesis. Well, no, yeah, they're an adversary. One of our biggest adversaries in the world on stage. Hell no, you're not. I hope our presidents haven't been that fucking stupid to believe all the shit the Russians have said throughout the years.
I mean, Biden does have dementia. Oh, come on. Hold on.
So what? They catered to Reagan back in the day when they invited him over to sign these papers. They had a fish tank full size thing of Jelly Bellies. What'd they do with Biden? Have a bunch of young girls he could smell their hair? I mean, come on.
I'm being haunted. I'm not even locked in right now, and I'm being haunted for candidates that don't qualify. I'm ready to rip my hair out of my skull. Let's go back to talking about nuclear war. It's more soothing than this bullshit.
Yeah. Annihilation.
No, I totally agree. And the thing is, like, when we had Trump in office, lots of people hate him for certain reasons, but he kept the fucking peace. Kept the peace with Russia. He kept the peace with China. And now what do we have? We have North Korea with fucking evil Kim Jong-un, whatever the fuck his name is, like waiting for his moment to strike. Like, he hates us. He hates us. And they're like, well, y'all are fucking up, so you got to be held accountable. And we're over here to China like, well, you fucked up with your weather balloon, even though it looks like we built the weather balloon, but it's apparently tied back to China. So you got some answers to do. And China's like, bro, we're just trying to keep the peace. And you guys are just trying to like accuse us of defamation, Barbara style. So fuck you. But we're still trying to keep the peace. And then over in Germany's like, why do I have to be a part of this shit? I don't want to be a part of this shit. You guys kicked my ass last time. Why do I have to go back? Like, don't make me play round two. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad. And then the US is like, yeah, well, you know what? We could kick your ass because we got all these nuclear bombs and shit. But if we do, it'll like ruin the world. But at least we were like, oh, we told you so. Like, fuck. So bad.
Well, when it comes to Goong Choom Chow or whatever the fuck his name is over in North Korea. We have allies in the general area. We have India. They're a nuclear powerhouse. And Pakistan, their little neighbor up north, they're a fucking nuclear. Those two combined, oh shit. I don't even think Iran and North Korea can compete with what India and Pakistan has in nuclear capabilities. So, we got an ace in the hole there.
Don't we have the most nuclear bombs though? Like we have the most, right?
It shifts a lot from like Russia to us, Russia. And keep in mind, this is only what they admit to. Honestly, this is what
scary.
they admit to.
This is terrifying for them to be even allowed to like create things that's like a weapon that's going to create a tidal wave tsunami that's going to be radioactive. And like we're just here minding our business, trying to get through our bullshit 9 to 5, and we could be all wiped out just because some dumb fucks want to have a power bitch fit. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, been like that since recorded history.
I hate it. I don't like it. They don't pay me enough for this shit. They don't pay me at all.
I think I mentioned it once before. Is selective service still like when you turn 18? I don't know about women, but when men turn 18, you have to sign up for selective service, which is like a draft. So they have your information ready in case shit hits the fan. Do they still do that?
I mean, that's not until they say they're doing a draft again. So if we do World War III, they are going to probably enact a draft.
Well, when I turned 18 back in 1981, when I turned 18, it was mandatory. If you didn't sign up, they'd come and get you, man, put you in jail.
Yeah.
It was a full offense. You had to sign up for selective service, which is basically a draft before a draft.
That's so fucked up.
Yeah, it was scary, man. I fucking hated that. And I had my older brother's friends had come back. The ones that survived came back from Vietnam. Hell no, I did not want to be in a fucking foxhole in the desert or wherever. No, fuck no.
Well, it makes sense if you're trying to defend your actual country and what it was like supposed to stand for. But it's not that anymore. We're not defending our country. We're defending a bunch of lazy fuckfaces that literally overtax us, skim all the taxes, put it in their pockets, not even do anything to help our communities. And we have to sacrifice our lives for these assholes.
Well, especially for what they're asking the youth of our country to sacrifice for, some stupid war game between another country and a land that is in between the two. Korea,
It's just
Vietnam,
bullshit.
that was all Russia, China, and us playing these little fucking sick ass war games. And how many people died? Huh.
And then they're like, they're literally letting out pedophiles by the thousands in California alone for the jails and stuff like that.
Overcrowded.
Because it's maximum capacity. So we can't hold them anymore. And so we're just going to allow them to go out. Put those fuckers up on the front line. Put those assholes up. They're so sick in the head. They should be the first ones to fucking go.
It's an ass backward system. We spend more money incarcerating our adults than we do educating our youth. If we spent the money educating our youth, possibly, I don't know, just a chance here, we might not have as many screwed up, fucked up adults that we have to incarcerate. I don't know. Might want to do a study on that.
I feel like if you do, you'll fucking disappear after.
Back in early 2000s, PTA president, council, blah, blah, blah. Anyhow, $3,500 is what the average Ohio student, the school got. as far as that's what the government and the state and all $3,500 a school year. And that's everything: food, education, books, everything, teacher pay, building costs, $3,500 for each student in the class. And
so
yet,
like each time they are in attendance, the school gets paid, right?
well, yeah, it's based on yearly attendance. I don't know if
Yeah.
they do it semi-annually or yearly, but overall, if a student stays in school for a school year, that school would get $3,500 for each
Per
child.
student.
Right. But at the same time, prisoners, for each prisoner in the state of Ohio was 55,000 to house
What
them.
the fuck?
That's a difference, ladies and gentlemen, of 52,000, basically $51,500 difference. And we are overcapacitated. Every state prison is over, the system, it's overcapacitated. We're building more prisons than we are schools.
This is insane. And like the fucked up thing is the most really seriously fucked up people, like the pedophiles and the murderers, the really fucked up murderers and shit, they're not even caught. They get to cover it up because they have money. That's the worst part. They're still running free. So it's like why do we even fight anymore? What are we fighting for? We're not fighting for anything that's going to help us progress or grow. We're literally just fighting to fight. No wonder the aliens want to nuke us.
Country Joe and the Fish, Woodstock 1969 Woodstock, Country Joe and the Fish. What are we fighting for?
We're like running around like dipshits unsupervised. I swear, when those ships come, Anunnaki come back, and be like, what in the fuck did your mom let you get away with? We're gonna be in trouble.
Up on the tallest building around and say hello to my little friends.
Well, it's like, okay, think about this. It's all on territory, right? Like the whole concept of wars, even though it's based on, politics and religion, it's mainly on territory, right?
Resources.
Being able to like establish land. With land comes more power and resources. Resources brings more money. And so when you think about it, especially back to the Anunnaki, we didn't fucking own this planet. They did. They made us and put us on here so we could be slaves and give them the gold. And then they were like, yeah, you're kind of entertaining. I like you, little pets, so you could stay here. And we're going to take everything away from the reptilians, who were supposed to be like your subordinates and your fucking guards and shit in prison. And we're going to be like, banish you. Boom. You're in the other dimension. You can't even enter here, but you're still going to have to live here and watch these assholes fuck up your entire existence. Like, no wonder you read about the fucking reptilians trying to like ruin us, because we're ruining them. We're ruining the planet. And I just want to know, like, I would really like to know the true history of the very first asshole who decided this. And I'm not talking about George Washington, although I probably will go back tonight and research George Washington, because I blame it all on his motherfucking ass, honest to God.
I honestly think that the two powers to be, the reptilians and the Anunnaki is looking like us, in my belief. And the story where the battle in heaven and God cast the devil down to earth, I think it was the Anunnaki kicked the reptile's ass, banished him down here. And I forget which guy, I think it has to be Greek mythology. I think it was Zeus, actually, where he would come to a beautiful earthly female and as a swan. And she kept saying, the swan got the woman pregnant, the beautiful human female pregnant. And she was begging him to show himself. And he kept saying, no, you wouldn't be able to handle it. He showed himself and she died. Now, that sounds like he's like, okay, surprise. And she's seen a reptile. She's like, oh, shit.
Fuck, that would be horrible. No, yeah. I mean, Isn't it fuck, was it Zeus or was Poseidon where Medusa was a pretty woman and she was raped in I think it was the tomb of Aphrodite or something, the temple of Aphrodite, and Aphrodite got pissed at her that she got raped and was jealous of her beauty, so she turned her into a gorgon.
Yeah,
I've never liked Aphrodite. I think she's
it-
the worst god of them, or goddess of them all. I think she's a fucking mean one. I always liked Athena. Athena's smart and she's a lot nicer.
Aphrodite's a freak.
Well, she's an asshole. She's straight up. What the fuck am I looking at right now? What the hell? I feel like I'm not okay. She pretty much is like, okay, I feel like I'm in a simulation. What the? Anyways, she punished a woman for getting raped. That's what the story says. Like, a woman got raped by another god, and instead of trying to help her, support her, she punished her for it, and it wasn't even her fault.
Well, it shows you what, the gods were fucked up, man. If you look through the stories, they were a fucked up group of people, man. They really were.
Yep. And now we're gonna have to deal with them again. Because, like, remember back in, what was it, fucking Mesopotamia, they talked about the kings or the pharaohs that ruled for like 1,000 years each term. What was it? It's like in the tablets and stuff. It talks I forgot the name of it, but it shows that those
the tablet of Kings they found in Samaria.
Yeah, ancient Samaria. It talks about how each one of them reigned for 1,000 years. We can't even handle like 4 years of a dipshit president. Can you imagine 1,000 years?
Yeah.
Thank goodness we're not even around that long. That's like the ultimate fucking form of tyranny right there.
Well, when I first heard about that tablet of Kings, it made me think, well, everything I've ever studied up to that point, Samaria wasn't it wasn't around for tens of thousands of years. If you got a tablet of, and hell, there's like 20 or 30 kings on it. And each of, hell, that's 20 fucking thousand years. How is that possible? We don't have a written record of Samaria being around that long, do we?
Well, what we've been told, and they're hiding the truth from us, the real truth.
Well, just that I remember when I first heard about that tablet years ago, and all the so-called accredited archaeologists was disproving it and said, "Oh no, they misunderstood it. They didn't read it right." No, it's written plain right fucking there. They know what their language looks like. There's no misunderstanding.
Yeah,
well, they kind of blamed it like in the Bible, the 6 days and God created earth and everything on it. And then when you argue that fact, they always say, oh, well, a day could have been 1,000 years to him. Yeah, bullshit. Then why didn't you say years?
Think about this too. They recently discovered another tablet that proves the existence of the Nephilim. Yeah, they're going to sit here and say, nope, Nephilim's just a part of mythology. It's not real. It's your imagination. Your conspiracy is like off the charts. And it's like, you have tablets that were discovered from Mesopotamia that proves they documented the Nephilim.
Well, some of the clay tablets they found in what they categorize as a Dead Sea Scroll area, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of caves in that area. And they just found, they've excavated a lot or went into a lot, but they have stories in there written by Jewish people. Whoever wrote it was of Jewish descent, and they talk about the Nephilim, the half human, half gods.
Yep. They do. And what was it? The Book of Enoch. They also talk about the Nephilim, don't they?
Yeah, the Watchers, 200 angels conspired against God, came down, and it took God 2+ generations. What's that? 30, 20, 40? How many years before God found out about it? And when he found out about it, the flood came. I'm going to wipe the slate clean.
Well, think about that. It took him that long to figure out something was amiss in his kingdom. But I find that kind of funny. That's kind of like, you're not really being a good recruiter. Like, what's happening to your people? Like, you ain't babysitting your people.
He's got an eye on 9 billion plus people, everything they do and think. You couldn't even keep an eye on your own 200 that's sitting right next to you. Yeah.
I mean, does he though? Because if we're all one cohesive unit and we're all like one, doesn't that mean, God's one too? So if we do something, he should know that we're doing it immediately.
Well, I'm talking about the God portrayed in the Bible.
I'm talking about just like logically speaking.
Yeah.
If like all this research that I've been continuously doing, and it keeps saying like we're all one, everything's connected, we're all vibration and energy, then that's gotta mean like our ultimate source, what we would consider God, is that energy, right?
Yeah, it's all one. Everything you're looking at is God. Everything. You cannot not look at anything that isn't God. It's all the same.
But it's all energy. So what's the opposite of energy? Like what stops energy?
Well,
Cold?
no, they what's that? They've recently discovered it. It's what the hell? It's not a black hole. It's negative. It's not negative energy. What the fuck they call it? They got an opposite. I forget what the fuck it's called. I think they've discovered it since it's recently, since like the 80s. I think they discovered this. Oh, fuck. That's why they're so.
Oh, kinetic energy.
Kinetic?
Yeah, like, okay, so I'm Googling it right now. Ow, my eyeball. Hold on.
Kinetic energy is like,
isn't it? Hold on.
This is like a negative energy they found.
Yeah.
Not a black hole, but that's what led them to want to discover and dive into black holes, because they think it has something to do with what they found out scientifically.
Well, I would think it's based on thermodynamics, right? Because to get a positive reaction, you need heat, right? And to get a negative reaction, you need cool, right? Because like cool slows, heat moves up, it makes it faster. Kind of like the whole brownie motion, brownie motion with fish and how they breathe. If you have the warmth and the heat, that's going to slow down the oxygen, but the cooler it is, the fish can breathe. But when it comes to thermodynamics itself, it's the heat makes it faster, and then the cold slows down. So like for mammals, we need heat to be faster, cold slows us. But for amphibians, it's the cold that helps speed them up, and then the warm, because they're cold-blooded and we're warm-blooded. So since we're warm-blooded, it would make sense that our energy could only be stopped based on the cold.
Right. Heat shrinks and cold expands.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out, if we're all energy and God would be energy, then the opposite of God would be what would stop it. So that would kind of explain what the bad shit is, right?
I mentioned it before. I never fact checked it, but in Hinduism, I'm thinking it's Vishnu has a weapon at his disposal, and if fired, here's the catch: it whenever it's fired, it destroys everything in its path, but it comes around and it destroys the source.
Or that sounds like an atomic bomb.
It sounds like a black hole. When I first read it, my gut feeling said, fuck, that's a black hole. So my theory, I went off on thinking, shit, does that mean all these fucking black holes is when these visitors from another planet discharge this anti-matter gun? Basically, that's what it is an anti-matter. It destroys everything it's in the path, but it comes back and destroys itself. That's a fucking black hole.
Yeah, we have one well on its way to fucking screw with our Milky Way.
Well, don't you think that? I remember when the first time black holes, that just the idea of it goes against everything science has ever taught me or anything I've ever heard from science up to that point. You're telling me there's something out there that is just, it devours everything and yet there's nothing in it? They don't explode, it just fucking like reverses it and it becomes a nothingness. In other words, there's holes floating around of nothingness and they devour everything that they come across.
Well, so conservation refers to something which doesn't change, right? If I'm not mistaken, when they try and explain what conservation is, it's almost like preservation. It's a constant state of motion that doesn't change.
Conserving the present.
Yeah, it's almost like let me see. Let me Google it real fast. Isolated systems. A ball rolling across a rough floor will not obey the law of conservation of energy because it's not isolated from the floor. The floor is in fact doing work on the ball through friction. However, if we consider the ball and floor together, then conservation of energy will apply. But I want to figure out, because my brain is weird and I do this all the time, because if we're energy and vibrations, I feel like it keeps going back to the ley lines. Like, there's got to be a reason why our ancestors mirrored everything in the stars with here on Earth. There's got to be a reason. And it's like, we don't really truly know that reason because it's being hidden from us, but you could try and fill in the blanks. Like, isn't that weird? You think of Earth and everything that's ever existed on this planet and how it continuously mirrors the stars. And it's not just
below.
Well, it's not even just that too, though. It's the words too. And like, as a society, we've been taught not really to even give a shit about the origin of a word. We don't even understand what we're actually talking about. Yet it goes as far back as in language. Again, like, remember in names, you had a name based on what you can do. Like the blacksmiths, the poets, like different things. And so, someone named John Smith, his ancestors were a blacksmith or some type of smith. And that's how you were even given a name to begin with. And then from there, it goes on throughout history and for your ancestry and stuff like that. But then it's not just names, it's the names of places. And the trick with everything that I keep finding is that they change the names of places and things to either keep you from knowing the real true reasoning or origin of that place, or to protect it, either to confuse you or to protect it. And you got all these street names throughout the world, and we just look at it like it's another street name. But when you try and find the actual real true name of a place, as far back as it could go, it gets super complicated. And it's like etymology, I feel like, is another key to understanding the true history of ourselves.
So it's a word game we're playing with ourselves.
Yeah. And it's like, okay, try and think about it. They claim that the oldest place ever is Mesopotamia, right?
According to them, yeah.
And it says the cradle of civilization.
Yeah, the oldest civilized culture. Yeah.
So the word Mesopotamia, meso meaning between or in the middle of, and patamos meaning river. So this place is literally just means middle of the river. The oldest fucking place we have on this planet translates to mean middle of the river.
Yep. Sounds special, don't it?
Oh my God. The region is now home to modern day Iraq, Kuwait, Turkey, and Syria. And Turkey, I mean, you got the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers too, and that's like the main concept of the Bible, right? They say when the rapture is gonna happen, the Euphrates and the Tigris River are gonna like dry up or some shit. Remember that?
Yeah.
Well, it's already dried up. And last week we just had a massive earthquake in Turkey, just right at the spot where they claim the angels or the demons or whatever the fuck you want to call it are locked up. Which I find that fascinating.
Sounds like a jailbreak.
Definitely. They're about to kick all our asses. I just want to know more about this. Cause like this can't be its original name. There's got to be more about this. How could they just say fucking between or middle of the river? There's got to be more behind this name. This is why my brain is the way it is, because I can't just read about Mesopotamia and move on. I got to be like, why are you named Mesopotamia? Where did you come from? Who named you? Why are you called this? What were you called before that? There had to have been before that.
Well, that's what always puzzled me. Every culture builds. It's not like overnight a group of hunter-gatherers said, oh shit, I think I know how to build a pyramid. Oh shit, I think I know how to do cultured society. Oh shit. No, they work through it. So there should be a progression of cultures and dig sites that lead up to Mesopotamia. You can't just how dare you want to throw that, and you think I'm gullible enough to believe just all of a sudden a snap of a finger, here's a civilization. Just happened overnight. Well, where's the groundwork? Where's the other call? How did they get up to that? Oh, that there isn't any. It's just that. I'm like, bullshit. Then that verifies that we had outside influences from another planet. If it didn't start here, had to start someplace else, another planet. It had to have. If that's the premise they're trying to sell.
Well, so if the ancient Sumerians are the ones that developed the first Mesopotamian civilization, right? Then why are we even okay? So the ancient Sumerians. I want to go back to the ancient Sumerians. I'm just going to keep going back as far as back as I can until my brain just stops. Okay, the ancient Sumerians. What were you up to? What were you up to, ancient Sumerians? This is what happened. Oh, okay. My internet just stopped. They were like, fuck you. You can't find it. Ancient Sumeria. See, this is what happens for me not reading the Bible. But I feel like me not reading the Bible, I'm not going to have a bias. Okay, does Sumeria mean summer?
I'm not sure. I've never looked into it.
I'm gonna keep doing this. I mean, until they lock me out of the land of etymology, they're not gonna stop me.
They called the race of people Sumerians, and the land of Sumer. I think that's called Sumerians, the land of Sumer. But Mesopotamia, I believe, was the actual city name, Mesopotamia.
Yeah, so Mesopotamia was the seat of the Great Civilization, and it's from French Sumerian from 1872, pertaining to Sumer, name of a district in ancient Babylonia. So now do I need to go back to Babylonia? Let's figure out Babylonia, because that goes for Babylon, right?
Yep.
I only know some of this. I've never read the Bible. Okay, Babylonia. Let's go here.
Babylon was destroyed. They built a tower. Back then, they called them something. They had a name for it. But
wasn't it the Tower of Babel? And that's where they say God was pissed off we were talking to each other, so he decided to make it so we couldn't communicate.
No, well, here's the deal. All these cultures back then, these cities in that time, God would come to them and give them directions of how to build these towers. And he would come and visit them. And it'd take him 7 days he would land, and 7 days later, he would walk out the door. Like a decompression chamber type thing, or whatever you want to call it. But Babylon was so rich and so arrogant, God never told them to build it. That means he didn't, but they wanted him to visit them so bad, and they were so fucking rich and arrogant, they built the Tower of Babel without him telling. And when he found out, he fucking punished them. I didn't tell you to fucking build it there, man. I didn't tell you to build it. And he destroyed it.
So, like, okay, we got Mesopotamia, right? And the seat of Mesopotamia is Babylon. And then it talks about Babylon and the Akkadian Empire. But then it says it was often involved in rivalry with the older state of Assyria. So Assyria is even older than Babylon. Right? That's what it's saying.
Read that again.
So, okay, so if Mesopotamia is the cradle of civilization, right? And the seat of the cradle of civilization for Mesopotamia is Babylon. Babylon, it says that it's linked to the Akkadian Empire, and the ancient Assyria is older than Babylon or Babylonia.
The Assyrians were?
Yeah, it says it was often involved in rivalry with the older state of Assyria to the north and Elam to the east in ancient Iran. So Babylonia is what we would now know as present-day Iraq and parts of Syria. And then it goes back to the glory of the Akkadian Empire. And then the Akkadian Empire was involved with a rivalry of the ancient Assyrians. And then the Elam, which I don't even think I've ever heard of Elam. And that's ancient Iran. So you've got Iraq and Syria, and then you got Iran. And it's saying Iran is older than Iraq, pretty much. So I'm just trying to figure out who's fucking older. So the third dynasty of old Assyrian Empire. So let me see. Babylonia briefly became the major power in the region after Hammurabi. Middle chronology or short chronology created a short-lived empire succeeding the earlier Akkadian Empire. Yeah, it keeps saying that the Akkadians are older than Mesopotamia and Babylonia. So how can we sit here and say Mesopotamia is the cradle of civilization when it's saying right here Akkadian Empire is fucking older than that?
Yeah, it's interesting too that these ancient first known civilized cultures were built over huge oil reserves. You ever think about that? Why the Middle East, man? Why?
Yeah, always the oil.
Look
well,
how
then
much,
right here it's showing the Akkadian.
Look how much work they had to do to grow their foods. They had to like control water sources, and they were dependent on water. If you're, why over large oil reserves in the middle of a fucking desert, basically?
Well, remember I told you they recently discovered a tablet that was like a mixture of Sumerian, Akkadian, like all this other stuff for Mesopotamia. What the hell is this? Okay, so it's showing that Babylonia is associated with the Akkadian, right? But it's clearly stating that the Akkadians were older than all the rest. So now I'm going to go here. East Semitic language that was spoken in ancient Mesopotamia. So it was associated with Mesopotamia, but it wasn't actually Mesopotamia. And isn't it the based on the world wars and shit and religion and politics and crap, isn't it always Iraq versus Iran?
Yeah, the cradle of civilization. That supposedly that's where what the fuck's it called? The Book of Revelation. The Armageddon, the Valley of Armageddon is supposedly in that same area, the Middle East, in that general vicinity.
And that's what we're always fighting about. This is what the Bible's based off of.
I think so.
What the fuck? Okay. Oh, I'm gonna go fuck with this right now. Okay, so Mesopotamia, Akkad, Assyria, Isen, Larsa, Babylonia. Third millennium BC until its gradual replacement by Akkadian influenced Old Aramaic among Mesopotamians by the 8th century BC. Akkadu. That's what they call us. Akkadu.
Akkaduians. Akkaduian, man.
So it says it is the earliest documented Semitic language. It used the cuneiform script, which was originally used to write the unrelated and also extinct Sumerian, which is a language isolate. Akkadian is named after the city of Akkad, a major center of Mesopotamian civilization during the Akkadian Empire. So Mesopotamia basically consisted of Babylonia, Sumerian, and Akkadian. Okay, well then, but which one's the oldest one though? There's got to be one, and then the other had to follow. Akkadian proper names were first attested in Sumerian texts. So they talk about Akkadian, and it's talked about Sumerian. It sounds like Akkadian's older, and the Sumerians documented it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I bet people in the chat are laughing at me, but I've never read the Bible, so I naturally I don't know shit about this.
If it's a natural progression of humans to congregate in a certain area long enough to like gain knowledge and wisdom and agriculture and raising livestock and, you know, having more time to devote towards critical thinking, do you think they would pick the fucking desert? No, this is a big planet. They would have congregated in comfortable areas. I won't say jungles, but comfortable areas that can grow, has a temperate climate year round, water sources. It wouldn't be the fucking Tigris and Euphrates River in Iraq. It makes no fucking sense. You had to go through a desert to get there.
Well, what's tripping me out too is like we're basing everything that we know about ancient Sumeria, Mesopotamia, Acadia, all that off of people who claim they're the professionals with history and how they could translate stuff, right? So we don't even know if we have the right translation to begin with. That's what cracks me up, for one. Number two is it keeps going back to the Hellenistic period. And isn't it the Hellenistic period that goes back to the Hermetic Code or whatever the shit it is, where it talks about like alchemy again?
Helen of Troy is the Hellenistic years, right? Helen of Troy?
Yeah, I think so. So it's like, I'm reading all this stuff. I bet I'm pissing off Lucky and Chad. I'm not even looking, but I bet I'm pissing her off so much for not knowing any of this. She's like, how the fuck do you not know this? Okay, Akkadian is a fusional language with grammatical case, and like all Semitic languages, Akkadian uses a system of consonantal roots. And the Kultepe texts, which were written in Old Assyrian, include Hittite loanwords and names, which constitute the oldest record of any Indo-European language. The fuck? Cuneiform. Old Akkadian is preserved on clay tablets dating back to 2500 BC. It was written using cuneiform, a script adopted from the Sumerians using wedge-shaped symbols. We didn't even use letters. We used symbols. What? Help. Okay, I'm going to cuneiform. Logo symbolic script that was used to write several languages in the ancient Middle East. The script was in active use from the early Bronze Age until the beginning of the Common Era. I don't even know what the Common Era is. It is named for the characteristic wedge-shaped impressions which form its signs. Cuneiform was originally developed to write the Sumerian language of southern Mesopotamia, modern Iraq. But it just said Iran is older than Iraq. Now I need to figure out what the full-on thing for Iran was. Oh, this is why we are not educated, because it's just too confusing to understand what the fuck they're trying to come at. Akkadian. So if Iran is Babylonian, the Sumerians documented the Akkadians. You got Mesopotamia. So after the end of the Mesopotamian kingdoms, which were conquered by ancient Persians. Wait, doesn't it go back to Sparta then? You know, they're like, this is Sparta. And then like the Persians were the ones that were like fucking everything up.
Yeah, the Persians were huge back then, man. They had a massive army. They outnumbered all of their opponents, I do believe, as far as manpower.
So does that mean Sparta was a part of Mesopotamia culture? The Spartans?
I'm sure it was an offshoot.
Because it's like lost its status in lingua franca in the beginning from around 1000 BC. Akkadian and Aramaic were of equal status. Because I mean, every time I go back to fairy tales and mythology, as the farthest back I'm able to go is the Epics of Gilgamesh. And that's the Persian, I think that's the Persian retellings. So ancient Persia. Yeah. So it was conquered by the Persians, but the Persians were the one that fucked shit up. And it was Iraq. Wait, is the Epics of Gilgamesh Persian, or is it?
If I'm not mistaken, Persians was basically Iraq and east towards China. That was the I think Persia was in part of Iran.
Okay, so you got the Persians. You've got. Can I just put this in Google? Can they tell me what I want to find? Like, why can't you just say the oldest fucking form of language and because you can't even go by that because we don't know if it's actually accurate or true. That drives me crazy too. Akkadian literature. Here we go.
I do know when we attacked Iraq during that gloom and doom or whatever they called that, Bush called that attack, the last attack, when we threw Saddam Hussein out, it was noted that there was a lot of well-organized mic wearing, earpiece, mic wearing people that went to the museums in Iraq and destroyed a lot of shit, but they took a lot of shit.
Ooh, I found something. So it shows Atra Hassis is for Akkadian, and it goes all the way back to is 18th century BCE. Is an Akkadian epic recorded in various versions on clay tablets, named for its protagonist, Atrahasis, exceedingly wise. The Atrahasis Hassis tablets include both a creation myth and one of 3 surviving Babylonian flood myths. The name Atrahasis also appears as king of Sharapuak in the times before a flood on one of the Sumerian king lists. So we're back full circle to what I was bringing up earlier. So the oldest known copy of the epic tradition concerning Atrahasis can be dated by colophon to the reign of Hammurabi's great-grandson Ami Sadaqwa. Huh. I've never even heard of this. Have you heard of this?
No.
I'm just over here trying to poke around, figuring out what the fuck's older. The story of Atrahasis also exists in a later Assyrian version, first rediscovered in the library of Ashurbanipal, though its translations have been uncertain due to the artifact being in fragmentary condition and containing ambiguous words. Nonetheless, its fragments were first assembled and translated by George Smith as the Chaldean account of Genesis, the hero of which had his name corrected to Atrahasis by Heinrich Zimmern in 1899. Huh. In 1965, Wilfred G. Lambert and Alan R. Millard published many additional texts belonging to, oh my God, why can't I breathe again? Belonging to the epic, including the Old Babylonian copy, which is the most complete recension of the tale to have survived. These news texts greatly increased knowledge of the epic and were the basis for Lambert Millard's first English translation of the Atrahasis epic in something approaching entirety. A further fragment was recovered in Ugarit. In its most complete surviving version, the Atrahasis epic is written on 3 tablets in Akkadian, the language of ancient Babylon. So is this the oldest story we have? Because it talks about the Sumerian gods and Enki, which are the Anunnaki.
Yeah.
So this has got to be it. It's not. Why is it when you research it, it says the Epics of Gilgamesh is the oldest? It's not.
When you look at old sculptures or like what do they call those, like rocks with well, they're kind of sculptured of them depicting the Sumerian gods. They got fucking eagle heads indicating they fly. They got wings. They carry a suitcase, and they have like what looks like a wristwatch on their wrist.
Oh yeah, I know. I've seen that.
Yeah, yeah.
So Enlil, god of earth, farm labor, rivers and canals. After 40 years, however, the lesser Dingers rebelled and refused to do strenuous labor. Enki, who is also the kind, wise counselor of the gods, suggested that rather than punishing these rebels, humans should be created to do such work instead. The mother goddess Mami is subsequently assigned the task of creating humans by shaping clay figurines mixed with the flesh and blood of the slain god Geshuti, wisdom, a god who had intelligence. All the gods in turn spit upon the clay. After 10 months, a specially made womb breaks open and humans are born. That's the first tablet. Tablet 1 continues with legends about overpopulation and plagues, mentioning atrahesis only at the end.
There's DNA in spit, isn't there?
Yup. Well, tablet 2 says it begins with more human overpopulation. To reduce this population, Enlil sends famine and drought at formulaic intervals of 1,200 years. Accordingly, in this epic, Enlil is depicted as a cruel, capricious god, while Enki is depicted as kind and helpful. Enki can be seen to have parallels to Prometheus, in that he is seen as man's benefactor and defies the orders of the other gods when their intentions are malicious towards humans. Tablet 2 remains mostly damaged, but it ends with Enlil's decision to destroy mankind with a flood, with Enki bound by oath to keep his plan secret. Well, that's a dick move. Tablet 3 of the Atrahasis epic contains the flood myth. It tells of how Enki, speaking through a reed wall, warns the hero Atrahasis, extremely wise, of Enlil's plan to destroy humankind by flood, telling the hero to dismantle his house, perhaps to provide a construction site, and build a boat to escape, which is, the whole,
Noah.
Yeah, Noah's Ark thing.
Yep.
Okay, so moreover, this boat is to have a roof like Abzu or Apsi, a subterranean freshwater realm presided over by Enki, to have upper and lower decks and to be sealed with bitumen. Atrahasis boards the boat with his family and animals, then seals the door. The storm and flood begin, and even the gods are afraid. After 7 days, the flood ends, and Atrahasis offers sacrifices to the gods. Enlil is furious with Enki for violating his oath, but Enki denies doing so. I made sure life was preserved. In conclusion, Enki and Enlil agree on other means for controlling the human population. The words river and riverbank are used in Tablet 3, probably in reference to the Euphrates and the river upon which the ancient city Sharapak, ruled by Atrahasis, was located. So this proves that the oldest story ever to be associated with our history is about the Anunnaki. And the church is like, well, that's too scary and fucked up because we don't want anyone to know that there's power outside of our power. So we're going to give you a story about Noah. Like what?
If I'm not mistaken, Noah was like 800 and some years old when he finally died.
Yeah, and isn't Noah the father of Moses?
No, and Enoch, the prophet Enoch, was Noah's great grandfather. Enoch was shortchanged. He only lived to like 600 years. Noah lived to over 8, I think.
So Enoch was first, and then he's the great grandfather, and then Noah, and then after that, is that Moses?
I don't know if Noah and Moses are related. I'm not sure.
I thought they were, weren't they?
I don't know. I know Enoch and Noah is like either grandfather or great grandfather and grandson.
I mean, this is the one time I want to summon Bill.
Well, here's what I found curious about these stories when I start looking at the age, and we got that tablet of kings. Does that mean if you're associated with king, does that mean they were kings too? And when I say kings, I'm saying visitors from another planet, aliens. Does that
Yeah.
mean Noah and Enoch was also, or does that mean their association with them gave them like a elixir of life or some shit?
Well, the place they mentioned in the third tablet, Sharpuak, it translates to mean the healing place, and it's modern of Telfara, and it was an ancient Sumerian city situated about 55 kilometers south of Nippur, on the banks of the Euphrates in Iraq's Al Qudsi Governorate. Sharapak was dedicated to Ninlil, also called Sud, the goddess of grain and the air. I mean, that goes back to the cult of Demeter status, because it's the same concept of, grain and oh my god, what's the other word? I can't think of the other word. And its environment, archaeology. Okay, so it's 120 hectares, about 35 hectares of the mound being more than 3 meters above the surrounding plain. Archaeology states that list of titles of different occupations, clay tablet from Sharper, Iraq, second half of the third millennium BCE. So after brief survey, Herman Vollrath Hilprecht in the 1900s, it was first excavated in 1902 by Robert Koldewey and Frederick Delchitz of the German Oriental Society for 8 months. Among other finds, hundreds of early dynastic tablets were collected, which ended up in the Berlin Museum and the Istanbul Museum. In March and April of 1931, a joint team of the American Schools of Oriental Research and the University of Pennsylvania excavated Sharp Rock for a further 6-week season, with Eric Schmidt as director and with epigraphist Samuel Noah Kramer. Fucking Kramer. The excavation recovered 87 tablets and fragments, mostly from pre-Sargonic times. In 1973, a 3-day surface survey of the site was conducted by Harriet P. Martin. So it says that Sharper Dock dates at least as early as the Jemdet Nasser period, expanded greatly in the early dynastic period, and was also an element of the Akkadian Empire in the third dynasty of Ur. A surface survey was conducted in 2016 and 2018. The fuck?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, they date Samaria to around what 6 to 8,000 BC, which means it's like 8,000 years ago.
Yeah, I guess.
Here's another issue I've always had with that. So you're telling me for tens and hundreds of thousands of years, man was just roaming around hunter-gatherers, ignorant as a box of fucking rocks. And then all of a sudden, miraculously, only a mere 8,000 years ago, we got culture just exploded out of nowhere. Here comes this fucking writing and thinking and technology and God, and you name it, it just exploded. So 100, that's unnatural. It doesn't flow with nature. There had to be an outside influence to control that. And just think, it's only a mere 8,000 years. We went from Samaria to now we're looking to go to Mars. We got eyes on fucking Mars in 8,000 years. But yet for hundreds of thousands of years, we were just ignorant hunter-gatherers. Nah, I'm not buying it.
I don't believe that. I do not believe that.
Yeah, there had to have been an outside influence. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. There had to have been.
And it's like you said, with the depiction of the so-called watch and everything, you've got hundreds, if not thousands, of different cultures and civilizations throughout all of time and history that had, the best of our knowledge, had no way to contact and communicate with each other, yet they depict the same damn thing all over the world.
And they all look to the skies for their quote unquote gods.
Exactly.
Advanced people come from the stars.
And it's like when you say Anunnaki, you're considered crazy. And they're the ones that talk about Nibiru. And Nibiru is the planet that's like supposed to just come in and fuck us all up.
Well, here's my argument when I come across people like that. Okay, I understand you believe in this invisible white guy with a beard who sits on a throne up in this imaginary city just floating in the sky with the streets of gold. That's true to you. But yet when I show you proof and like picture graphs and writing saying, hey, I think this is what you're talking about, I'm the crazy one? Huh. I don't know. Better look in the mirror.
Well, then you got to think about the can't breathe. You got to think about this too. So they claim that the Anunnaki are extraterrestrial reptilian races, right? Which would give you the reptilians, which doesn't make sense. But the Anunnaki versus reptilians, and it's supposed to originate from Nibiru. But then it says that they're thought to be the overlords of a secret world government and equated with the Nephilim by conspiracy theorists. So you got the Anunnaki and then you got the Nephilim. So the Anunnaki are on one point, you got the Nephilim from the other. So are the Nephilim where the Anunnaki derived from, or the Anunnaki created the Nephilim? Like, there's so much going on here. And no one gives a fuck about it. That's the funniest part. No one actually wants to sit here and do the weird shit like I'm doing right now.
I think, well, the fact that the Anunnaki came down and they show the pictures we have of them in cut in rocks are with wings and an eagle's head. I do believe if they were, I think they're white like us, Caucasian or whatever. They look like us. We're made in their.
They're like shapeshifters.
Well, I think the reptiles and the Anunnaki is two different races of visitors from another planet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And I believe if in fact they were reptiles, they would have represented them like they did in China and Japan with the dragon head, and how they did in South America and Central America. It would have been a feathered dragon. And they would have, instead of an eagle with wings, they would have put a fucking dragon head breathing fire. But they didn't. They put an eagle, which kind of means, yeah, they look like them.
Well, think about this too, though. You got exactly what you described, right? That's an exact match to the gods that the Maya worshipped.
Yeah, that's why they freaked out when Cortez or whatever came over. They thought the gods had returned. A fair-skinned, red-headed, bearded. They thought they were the fucking gods returning because their generation never. The gods had already left. They hadn't had contact. They were going off their ancestors of what they looked like. And then they showed up. It's like, oh shit, the gods are here.
And then they got murdered and betrayed by that trickery, which is like super fucked up. And so you've got all these civilizations proving the existence of what they claim to be the Anunnaki. Yet the church is like, nope, that's bullshit. That's not real. We're the only form of human existence in this entire universe. Like, talk about an egotistical fucking power trip. And then you've got the whole concept of what you've seen in ancient Egypt with all those different deities and stuff, and like other shape-shifting type like you got the Sphinx and all kinds of shit.
Well, just look at the premise before Christianity came about. I don't there how many singular every other 99% of all religions worldwide believed in what they say paganism, more than one god. All of them did. Even Hinduism, which is the oldest written down now, it believes in hundreds of gods, if not thousands. And then all of a sudden, you have what's his name over there in Egypt. He wanted to do the sun, and they wiped him clean. As soon as he was dead, they destroyed his record and went right back to multiple gods. Well, what does that tell you? If all these cultures worldwide is believing in multiple god religions and belief systems, there was a bunch of them. They were all over the place.
Well, it also talks about how the Anunnaki are actually the story of the Epic of Gilgamesh. And it says that there's several versions of the poem, but the 12-tablet Akkadian version is the best known. So the story centers on the friendship between the principal character, Gilgamesh, and Enkidu. Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk, is 2/3 god and 1/3 man. He has oppressed the people of Uruk, so the gods create Enkidu to distract Gilgamesh. Their unlikely friendship results in a journey of fantastical adventures, resulting in the death of Enkidu. And that's where it comes back to the blue stones. Like, this is the very first fairy tale or mythological retelling I can find where it talks about the blue stones, and what you would know in Norse mythology is Yggdrasil and stuff like that. It's like all these different retellings and everything. And so we continuously get proof that the Anunnaki exist. And they keep trying to say they're not real. It's all fairy tales. And it's like, but you literally took this fairy tale and you created what your whole fucking marketing scheme for the Bible of the flood and Noah is the freaking Anunnaki itself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, how can you say Noah is the true story of the Bible in our history when it shows that there's even older history and it's a completely different backstory? It's the same characters, same concepts, same ending, but it's like, no, you got the Anunnaki and you just don't want to admit that should exist because it's going to freak people out.
Well, I would say, and this is my opinion, in my opinion, the Holy Bible is the greatest, and it's the number one best-selling. Last time, it's the number one best-selling book in the world, or the most. However, it sold more than any other book in the world, and it's the biggest plagiarism book that was ever written. They plagiarized every single story in that, every one of them.
Yeah, you have people like Shy Guy, for instance, who think it's justified to say that they can kill you in the name of religion.
They can kill me because their plagiarized book told them it was okay to do so.
That's insane. That is insane.
Yeah, it is.
And all of this is what we fucking are at war for. Politics and religion, all based on a retelling of something that was plagiarized.
Yep. Sad. Very
Which
sad.
it proves too, then, if the Anunnaki are real, Nibiru is real.
Yeah.
Nibiru is coming to knock us off our fucking axis.
12th planet.
Mm-hmm. Yet we're crazy. We're the crazy ones.
Yep.
I can't with this world anymore. I feel like I did die. I died back when I was at Network Capital having a fun little after party with my coworkers. I was at this club. This really creepy guy drugged me, did the date rape drug. I was around my friends and they made sure I was okay. And I remember I was okay for a little bit and I was driving home and all of a sudden I like lost consciousness again. And I swear, I think I died at the fucking wheel. And now this is my purgatory.
Ouch. And you brought me along and all the rest of us. Thanks, man. Good looking out.
Apparently, it's freaking bullshit.
I'll say this, Candy, at your age, I was angry. If I got in a conversation with any, especially religious people, I took an angry approach. I was angry at them for what they were trying to portray. But now, 20 some fucking years, almost 30 years later, I laugh now. And it's like, shit, it's useless talking to them. It really is. It's useless. You're getting nowhere. You're talking to a black hole, man. They won't hear a fucking word you say.
Well, I mean, the truth, the truth itself, the truth that literally proves that the Bible itself isn't the true story, it is revealed to you in language itself. The language itself is proof. You people are like, nope, you're crazy. It's all made up. Like, I'm sorry, if going back to the oldest form of the language that we have, and their documentation is telling you this is the story, Yet the Bible's like, no, it was actually Noah. It's Noah. Don't worry, it was Noah. Like, really?
New kid on the block. You gotta love those little cute bastards. You just
And
want to
it,
pick your little cheek and pat them on the head. Why you go role play?
well, it's also funny too because it's like Noah, and this is what we're all based on. Noah and Moses and Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, they exist, but not what they're saying they are. Like, you have a Noah, you have a Jesus, you have a Moses, but they're not who they say they are.
They are as real as the author who wrote them.
I was waiting for you to say that. And yet we're going to still sit here and say that we are the only form of human existence in this fucking universe.
Well, here's where, man, I have a hard time with this now. Okay, the stories, we can't rely on the time frames as far as what year. Like, for example, the story of Ezekiel taking a nap on the side, and it's in the Bible. He's taking a nap on the side of a river, and God comes down to him, and loud smoke and fire. He has to turn this brighter than the sun, and loud noise and smoke, and he had to turn his head, and God takes him up into heaven. Okay, that means combustion. Now, I'm curious. Now, they're retelling an old story, so that it didn't happen 3,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago, more like maybe 100 and some thousand years ago or whenever. And it wasn't Ezekiel, it was Bob the Builder or whatever. He was taking a nap and God came down. Yeah, it's so here's my issue. They had combustion at one point in time, which is here's where they had to. How on earth can they come from, let's say, the Orion's belt up in that area? How could they come from there with combustion? I don't think it's possible. If it was, we would already be there. So, how in the fuck did they come here? And if they have the technology to do these wormholes or stargates, what the fuck was no, they're still in the combustion engine chamber, which goes back to, isn't it interesting? The cradle of civilization is built over top of a oil reserve. Combustion engine, oil. Now, fast forward to our time, they're in these ships that's doing unbelievable acrobatics in the air, totally against all science we know. So how old is these stories of these combustion engines landing?
Well, do you see in chat, Lucky saying, if Abraham, the father of Israel and Islam, was from a city in Sumer, then who were his fathers? I don't know. I don't know any of this stuff. Do you know the answer to that, Street?
I'm not looking at chat. What was the question again?
If Abraham, the father of Israel and Islam, was from a city in Sumer, then who were his fathers?
The Anunnaki. I mean, what do they call them in Anunnaki?
Like Enlil and Enki and what they were saying?
Well, no, Sumer is what we're talking, the Anunnaki.
Yeah.
So if Abraham came from them and he started his own branch of religion, Islam, who was his father? If he came from that area, his father would have been the Anunnaki.
So
I'm just guessing here.
no, I agree with that. But see, the thing is you've got the story of the flood, and we were told the flood through Noah, right? And they're saying it's from Enlil.
Well, does Islam tell a flood story too? I'm assuming they do.
Isn't Islam the story of Noah, the flood?
Islam's a religion.
I can't keep up anymore. This is why I don't even like religion at this point. There's too many retellings. Okay. So what would you consider the Bible's version to be? Is that Jewish, right? Is it Jewish?
It's an offshoot. Yeah, it's an offshoot of Judaism. Zionism.
Okay.
It's the belief of one God, mononism or whatever, belief of one God. That's Judaism, Islam. What's the other one? Muslim. It's all one God. I don't know. Someone in chat. I don't have chat up, but mono something means the belief. Paganism is a belief in many gods. Monolism or whatever it's called is a belief of one God. And I think, like I said, Judaism, Zionism came before
Oh,
Judaism.
monotheism.
Yeah, monotheism, the belief in one God.
John brought that in.
Yeah.
John's actually really good at all the stuff too, because he says Terah, Terah, was the father of Abraham.
And Terah is from Sumer.
Yeah, I guess.
So then
And he says they're saying Islam came after Christianity.
Yeah, I don't keep up with all these new kids on. I call Christianity new kids on the block because they're all
I
the
just
same.
don't understand any of it. That's why I don't fuck around with it, because I'm like, this hurts my brain. What? I've never read the books of the Bible. I'm sorry, I've never read any of the Bibles, because it's just like, why? Why would I do that? It's literally the prime example of why we have wars based on politics and religion. I can't stand it. But okay, so let's say it starts with the land of Sumer, right? Or whatever the fuck. And you got the Anunnaki. Okay, they did have to obviously have their own offspring. So let me look up Terra. Fuck. Why am I doing this? I don't even understand this.
I'll clarify. New Kids on the Block is any religion that believes in monotheism. That's the New Kids on the Block. Before them, it was paganism, meant multiple gods.
Well, who the fuck? Okay, so it says Terra is the son of Nahor, the son of Surug, descendants of Shem. Who the fuck is Shem? I've never heard of this. Oh god, I opened a wormhole that I really should not have opened. Okay, Shem. Who's Shem? Oh, okay, so Shem was one of the sons of Noah in the Bible, the Quran. The children of Shem were Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad. Wait, Arphaxad. I don't even know that name. Lud and Aram. In addition to unnamed daughters, Abraham, the patriarch of Jews, Christians, and Muslims, was one of the descendants of Arphaxad. Okay, so he was the son of Noah. Okay, now you go back to Noah. This is annoying. This is so annoying. Because we know Noah's actually Enlil. So why are we calling him Noah when he's Enlil? Okay, so it starts with Enlil. And then Enlil has what we call the other one, Shem. And then Shem's like, yo, I created a child, and that one was named Terah. And Terah's like, oh, okay. I can't even leak. I don't want to know this family tree anymore. It's annoying.
They're all
so it goes
in
from Enlil to Noah, Noah to Shem, Shem to Terah. And this is how we get Abraham. What did Abraham do again?
Islam.
He's a prophet, right?
Yeah. God talked to him.
So how many kids did he have?
3,402.
Oh, I believe it, honestly. Let me see. From Abraham. Oh, wait, isn't this the tribes of, what was it? Oh yeah, this is the 12 tribes of Islam or whatever, right? Or Israel?
The 12 tribes of Israel.
Yeah, okay. Hold on. Which then give you the Maya. right? Weren't the Maya before the Aztecs?
Yes.
Okay, so these children, one of them broke off and created what we know as the Maya. And I think it was the second one, Ishbak. I think it was Ishbak. Because didn't Abraham have 2 wives?
I don't remember.
I thought he did because I remember. Okay, there's Terah and Talmud mother. Okay.
And Abraham was the one where God, he had 2 sons. And if it's the same Abraham, God told him to show and prove your love to me. I want you to kill your sons. And
wait,
he
are
was
you
going.
talking about Cain and Abel?
Oh yeah, never mind. Wrong story.
It's so confusing.
What kind of a God is that? Do you love me? Sure. Well, come on, man. That'd be like a husband coming home to his wife and saying, honey, I don't think you love me. Prove you love me. Kill her 2 kids. What the
Well,
fuck?
it's showing that he had three mothers or 3 wives, right? So it says he had a son with Hagar, son with Sarah, and then son with Keturah. He had a lot of kids with Keturah. Who's Keturah? What? Book of Genesis revolves around the themes of posterity and land. He's said to have been called by God to leave the house of his father Terah and settle in the land of Canaan, which God now promises to Abraham and his progeny. The promise is subsequently inherited by Isaac, Abraham's son by his wife Sarah, while Isaac's half-brother Ishmael is also promised that he will be the founder of a great nation. Abraham purchases a tomb, the Cave of the Patriarchs, at Hebron to be Sarah's grave, thus establishing his right to the land. And in the second generation, his heir Isaac is married to a woman from his own kin, thus ruling the Canaanites out of any inheritance. Abraham later marries Keturah and has 6 more sons, but on his death, when he is buried beside Sarah, it is Isaac who receives all Abraham's goods, while the other son receives only gifts. What the fuck? Most historians view the patriarchal age, along with the Exodus and the period of the biblical judges, as a late literary construct that does not relate to any particular historical era. So now they're saying it's not even, it's like a moot point. Okay. And after a century of exhaustive archaeological investigation, no evidence has been found for historical Abraham.
Well, one thing about the Bible, God, it's the old, not the Old Testament, but the New Testament. God is just running around telling all these people to like start wars, do this, live there. He's talking just starting shit.
I'm sorry, Street. Did you just notice that? Did you just notice that?
What?
Abraham was the father of all the children that are allegedly the 12 tribes of Israel, right?
Abraham was the father of all of them?
Yeah, he was the father of all of the 12 children that are known as the 12 tribes of Israel. And it just said right here that over a century of exhaustive archaeological investigation, they have not been able to find one shred of evidence to prove Abraham ever existed.
Wow.
Like, I'm sorry, that makes me laugh, okay? And so it's largely concluded that the Torah was composed during the early Persian period as a result of tensions between Jewish landowners who had stayed in Judah during the Babylonian captivity and traced their right to the land through their father Abraham, and the returning exiles who based their counterclaim on Moses and the Exodus tradition of the Israelites. So they're claiming there's no proof that Abraham ever even existed. Abraham was the one that had the father of Shem, right? Was it Shem or the other one, Terah? Terah. Okay, and Terah was with the son of Shem. Shem goes to Noah, but it doesn't even show that Abraham ever existed.
Mm.
How are we being force fed this stuff if they don't even have proof Abraham existed? And Abraham is literally the father of the fucking children who are known as the 12 tribes of Israel.
Well, because if you don't believe it, they'll kill you.
Oh, God, this is exhausting trying to even understand what they're trying to push down our throats. Okay. So we've got the ancient Sumerians. We got the Anunnaki. Enlil is actually Noah, but let's call him Noah just for fucking the Bible's sake. Noah creates Shem. Shem creates Terah. Terah creates Abraham. But Abraham don't exist. Okay. There's a huge gap here. Let me see if Lucky's in chat screaming at me the right information, because this is like, good God. She says, did they find Terah or Shem or Noah? Did they? I don't know. I don't fucking know. This is why I don't read the Bible, because this is ridiculous. This hurts. Shem is Noah's son. Okay. And Shem was first, right? But we know Noah's Enlil. So, oh my God, this is just maddening at this point. I'd rather solve where more mortals halt.
Yep.
Methuselah was the son of Enoch. Well, I know about Methuselah. Can we just figure out who the oldest person? Like, Methuselah was the oldest person, right? Because I know when you use the term older than Methuselah, it's slower than Methuselah, it's talking about like the oldest person ever.
Yeah.
So where does Methuselah come from? Hold on. Methuselah. Oh, it's a man. I always thought it was a woman. All right. His death shall send, or man of the javelin, or death of sword. He's a biblical patriarch and a figure in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. He had the longest lifespan of all those given in the Bible. Alrighty. He died at 969 years old.
Holy shit.
I mean, that's pretty close to the 1,000-year reign, right?
Yeah. No shit.
According to the book of Genesis, Methuselah was the son of Enoch, the father of Lamech, and the grandfather of Noah. Okay, so
was Enoch, great grandfather of Noah. Cool.
Enoch. So Methuselah was the son of Enoch, father of Lamech, and the grandfather of Noah. But we know Noah is the Anunnaki. So that means Methuselah is older than the Anunnaki? I wonder who the father of Enlil is then. Let me okay, father of, I think it was Enlil. Enlil or An and Key.
Enlil, right?
I'm trying to figure it out. There's this timeline is just fucked. Enlil, later known as Elil, is an ancient Mesopotamian god. But who is his dad? Who is his creation? Like, what is happening? Sumerian creation myth. He separates An, heaven, from Ki, earth, thus making the world habitable. I don't know why I can't say words sometimes. For humans, in the Sumerian flood myth, Enlil rewards Ziusudra with immortality for having survived the flood. Okay, well then Enlil isn't even Noah. It's Ziusudra who's Noah. Okay, I'm sorry, I fucked that one up. Okay, Enlil's the god. So then Ziusudra was the one who's Noah. So let me see who this person is. Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Okay, so Ziusudra of Sharapak is listed in the WB62 Sumerian king list recension as the last king of Sumer prior to the Great Flood. He is subsequently recorded as the hero of the Sumerian creation myth and appears in the writings of Berosus as Xisuthros. Okay, so now we have a real Noah right here. Noah's him right here. And then I think if you want to know the real bloodline of whatever the hell they're trying to push down your throat, you go with this person. Apparently he died immortal. That's a contradiction in itself. His father was Ubara Tutu.
I think we just traveled over to Africa, didn't we? What was that name again?
Ubara Tutu.
That's Africa.
Okay, so Ubara Tutu of Sharparak was the last antediluvian king of Sumer. According to some versions of the Sumerian king list, he was said to have reigned for 18,600 years.
What was his name again?
Ubara Tutu. And he's a part of the Sumerian king list.
He's having, man. Whatever he's having, I want that.
I mean, it says that he was the son of Enmendur-Ana, a Sumerian mythological figure often compared to Enoch. Okay, so if we have... Okay, so Enmendur-Ana could be our Anunnaki, right? If you want to go after that. So that's where it starts, maybe? Let me click him. I'm just going down a rabbit hole. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing at this point.
Well, what they're insinuating, these close ties to the quote unquote gods, pretty much gives you not quite immortality, but pretty damn close. 800 some years. Now we got an 18,000 year. What the hell?
This one said he reigned for 21,000 years. That's
on their names are on that tablet of kings in Samaria. I'll bet their names on that.
It is. So the Sumerian king list. Let me see. His name is Chief of the Powers of Duranki. While Duranki, aka Anki, which is sky and earth, in turn means the meeting place of heaven and earth, literally bond of above and below. Hey, I think we found the origin of as above, so below.
Well, like I told you earlier, back in my 30s, I would get frustrated when I'd say, explain these ages. How do you explain that? And they would all, you can't put explanation on God's will. I'm like, that's no fucking answer. Scientifically prove. How's that possible? It's not. That's not fucking scientifically possible.
Well, check this out. Enmendur-Ana city, Sippar, was associated with the worship of the sun god Utu, later called Shamash in the Semitic language. Sumerian and Babylonian literature attributed the founding of Sippar to Utu. And there's a myth written in Semitic language tells of Enmeduranki subsequently being taken to heaven by the gods Shamash and Adad and taught the secrets of heaven and of earth. In particular, Enmeduranki was taught arts of divination, such as how to inspect oil on water and how to discern messages in the liver of animals and several other divine secrets. That's fucking creepy. Enmendur-Ana held significance among the pre-Sumerians as he was the ancestor from whom all priests of the sun god had to be able to trace descent.
Go back to that liver. He was trained to look at what in animals' liver?
Discern messages.
Messages as far as toxicity. That's where, like, the liver of animals is where, if it's toxic environment they're eating in and drinking at, it affects their liver. Look at their liver damaged. In other words, that's check out and see them. Think about it. They didn't have they didn't have sewage treatment systems. They just basically shit and piss wherever or ended up in the river. Maybe they were teaching them, hey, keep an eye on these crazy fuckers, these dirty, filthy fuckers. Check your water system by looking at the animals' livers, man.
Well, I'm tripping out then because apparently this dude is the 7th name of the king list, right? So who are the other 6? Do we have the lineage for that?
Go back to the first one.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, the first
because
name.
These are the deities, but it said right here, Enmendur-Ana held significance among the pre-Sumerians as he was the ancestor from whom all priests of the sun god had to be able to trace descent. So apparently this one right here that I've never even heard of, not even from the Anunnaki, is super important. So let's look up more of this. Zimber was an ancient Sumerian king. Oh, here's one. Enmenluana appears as the first king of Bad Tribia in some version of the Sumerian king list. The list claims that Enmenluana ruled for 43,200 years and succeeded by Damuzin the shepherd. The kings on the early part of the SKL are usually not considered historical, except when they are mentioned in contemporary documents. Enmenluana is not one of them.
They rule longer than the other ones, but yeah, we're not going to pay attention to these guys.
Yeah, he's not real. He's not real. There's no fucking way. Like they're saying he reigned too long. He's not real.
Now hold on, 21,000 years, I'll believe. 42, get the fuck out of here.
42,200. Okay.
Universe 42.
Oh my gosh. This is okay. So he's the 7th. This one's the 1st. What the hell? Now I'm finding more things. This is fascinating. Roles and titles of the 7th antediluvian hero in Mesopotamian traditions. The case of King Enmenderanki. This work rests on the premise that the clarification of the connection between the two heroes, Enoch and Metatron, can be achieved through analysis of the roles and titles of both figures in their respective traditions. I will argue that the various appellations of Enoch and Metatron provide the most important clues to the identities of both characters. This approach is especially promising in respect to Metatron, since the bulk of information about this angel and rabbinic and Hecalot materials appears in the form of his titles and descriptions of his roles, as well as activities related to them. I also contend that understanding the heavenly roles and titles of Enoch and Metatron can help explicate the enigmatic evolution of a character from a patriarch and a seer introduced by angels in the celestial secret to a second divinity, who himself is responsible for instructing visionaries and delivering to them the ultimate mysteries of the universe, including dispensing the Torah to Moses. Ooh, okay. It will also be shown that the analysis of the evolution of the roles and titles associated with Enoch Metatron can assist scholars in better understanding how and when these elusive transition from a diviner to a second god occurred. Examination of the conceptual development of Enoch Metatron roles might also help to clarify the difference between the influences which genuinely contributed to this gradual evolution from Enoch to Metatron and other currents in the Enochic traditions, which, despite their promising appearance, did not directly impact the transition. An illustration can be offered to support this idea. Scholars previously noted that the sudden shift in the Book of Similitudes toward depicting Enoch as a highly evaluated celestial being appears to signal the possible transition from Enochic to Metatron imagery. Indeed, in the Similitudes, Enoch seems to be identified with several highly elevated figures, such as the Messiah, Deirdre, Isaiah's servant of the Lord, and Daniel, son of man. Huh. That's fascinating.
Enoch, I think you alluded to, he was one of the few recorded people in the Bible that God took up to heaven. He went to heaven.
So basically what this saying is the Book of Enoch, the one that the church literally says is banned and is not real, is the only true fucking story that we have of our history.
Yeah. And it talks about the 200 watchers.
Bro, that's creepy, but cool at the same time.
Yeah.
But why do they still change the name of? Okay, so Enoch's still associated with Noah, right?
Yep.
Uh,
Well,
okay.
once again, these are the names that the Bible gives them. Now, other cultures or other stories could tell them, give them different names. But Enoch and Noah is what the Holy Bible calls them. I don't know if Islam calls them the same or Judaism calls them the same. I'm not sure.
Well, here we go. So it shows that, okay, I don't know why it says, so the text taken from Lambert's edition reads as follows. For the number 3 spot, Samas in Abibara appointed. Number 1 was Enmeduranki, king of Sapar. Number 2 was the beloved of Anu and Leal and Ea. And that's what I associate with, like the lost tribe of Ea. My bloodline and clan, especially with oh my god, what was her name again? The one that named Scotland and Ireland, Scotia. Scotia, who goes back to Nefertiti and the other thing, she's linked to the lost tribe of Ea. So I'm also linked to that. Samas and Adad brought him into their assembly. 5, Samas and Adad honored him. Wait, what is this? Tradition? This is tradition, I guess. They gave him the tablet of the gods, the liver, a secret of heaven and underworld. They put in his hand the cedar rod, beloved of the great gods. Then he, in accordance with their word, brought the men of Nippur, Sapar, and Babylon into his presence, and he honored them. He set them on thrones before him. He showed them how to observe oil on water, a mystery of Anu and Leal and Ea. He gave them the tablet of the gods, the liver, a secret of heaven and underworld. He put in their hand the cedar. Okay, they're repeating, but that's what it talks about. The rod and the blue stones. I already knew about all of that because of the lost tribe of EA. And the very first time I actually found some type of answer to the blue stones was in that book written by this one historian / researcher, and it's called The Lost Tribe of EA. And it was like the first time someone was like, yeah, these are the blue stones. They exist, and they're a key to the staff or the rod of EA. And I was like, wait, what? I know all about this shit. And it goes back to the staff of Moses. Is it staff of Moses or staff of Noah? And then it goes to the staff of Moses. You know that staff. It's the same thing.
Yeah, Moses had the staff, the powerful staff that did things. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing. And it's only unlocked when you have a blue stone in it for a key, and that gives you like the power of a god. And I mean, I've known about this shit since I was 16. And through my bloodline in ancient history, my bloodline is the what you would consider to be called a Grail Maiden, right? But we were the protectors of the blue stones. And that's why when you read about Wolfram and Ectomach and his version of the Grail, it's actually in relation to a stone, and it's a key. So it goes all the way back to this. It's like so much research, but
so basically,
it's intense.
This story of the 12 tribes of Israel, whatever they're titled, they went to all corners. They went to all 4 corners. They pulled an asterisk and went to all 4 corners of the earth and spread it. We can see it. We can see it through the history, the technology, all across the planet. Like the group you're associated with, they went northeastern, right? They went up, Scotland, England, Europe. You got the ones that went over to South America. You got the ones that went to Asia. Here's what always upset me. Well, not upset me, but discouraged me. How come out of all the cultures, North America is never fucking talked about? There, according to history, as they write it down, North America had no fucking culture, no nothing. I think the premise is theirs was the oldest. I think it actually originated here. That's why there's nothing here. It's the oldest. It's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of fucking years. And the remnants we can find are hundreds of thousands of years left technology where they had already left. So they slowly got, lost knowledge after generation after generation. It only, think about it, every fucking continent but North America has these phenomenal sites. North America, according to their records, does not. Well, not to be redundant, but I'm going to be redundant anyhow. I think North America actually was the cradle of it all. It all started here. I think that's where their base was, and they branched out. And then the story is they went 12 tribes back out. North America, I think about it. Why does North America not have any of these ancient, according to their timeline, sites? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, everything that's covered up is kind of like what I want to know about. Like, for one, okay, yeah, Noah exists, right? But everything leading up to Noah, that's what's covered up. Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah.
So, there's religion is the most complicated thing of it all. Oh my goodness, I can't. So we go all the way back to this. Anu and Lil and EA. Mesopotamia, all this other stuff. So I guess I should actually read the Book of Enoch, because that's the only thing that has validity to what this is.
Yeah, but the Book of Enoch, the fact that it was taken out of the King James Version, definitely read the Book of Enoch. It's easily accessible. It's not that long.
Is it just as bad as the Bible though?
No, it's actually an interesting story. Now you're going to go into reading it with your own preconceived notions about who he is and the Watchers. Now keep in mind, you think the Watchers are visitors from another planet. Read the story like that. If you just read the story blankly, you never heard it. It's just more mumbo jumbo, hocus pocus that every story in the Bible tells. But knowing what you know, when you read it, it's like, holy shit. I mean, you want to hold it up and say, how can you not fucking know what this is telling you people? How can you ignore this? Well, that's why they took it out, because people couldn't ignore it. It's right in their face.
And I mean, it's literally where as above, so below even comes from.
Yep. Well, think of the premise of religions: to live and be a god, live godly. No matter what your God is and whatever fucking religion, you're supposed to live by his rules and be like him and his approval. Huh. Okay. And remember, every fucking god on this planet and every religion, he never resides. He doesn't live here. He lives up in the stars, don't he? He lives up in the sky.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. So it says that Emma Duranki knows the secret of Anu and Bel and Ea only because Samas and Adad have delivered unto him the tablet of the gods, the tablet of the mystery of heaven and earth. And here one easily recognizes the prototype of the heavenly tablets communicated to Enoch. Okay, so when you're talking about the tablet of the kings, right, where it's like keeping track of the 7 kings, it always goes back to the Emerald Tablet, doesn't it?
Yep, knowledge. It all goes back to who controls the knowledge, and who controls the knowledge is the people that come from the stars.
Well, not only that, but it's kind of in my opinion proving that the tablet that was given to Enmeranki was actually the Emerald Tablet.
The blue stones, Emerald Tablet, whatever you want to call it. Yep, the Holy Grail.
Well, the Emerald Tablet teaches you how to make the blue stones.
Well,
technically, because like if you go off of the Epics of Gilgamesh and other retellings for the Book of Enoch, it says that the way in which the blue stone was created was when I believe it was Abraham. Abraham died, and I guess one of the sons came to bury him in the Garden of Eden, even though he wasn't supposed to. And from, I believe, Abraham's grave sprouted the tree that created the blue stones. Have you heard that retelling? Wait, it was Jacob. Was Jacob the one that was the son of Abraham?
Jacob's ladder? The Jacob's Ladder guy?
Jacob's Ladder is literally the blue stones.
Talking about the angels coming down the ladder from heaven to talk to him. Yeah.
Yeah. So like Jacob's father was Abraham, right?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Whoever his father Jacob was, Jacob found a way to go into the garden. Oh wait, Adam. There we go. His father was Adam, I think, because we're talking about the Garden of Eden. I think. God, I don't even know the fucking the family tree for all this shit. Okay, I think it was Abraham was the father of Jacob, and Jacob went into the Garden of Eden to bury his father, and from his grave came a blue stone and the tree. And the tree is what like you find the blue stones in Eden crab. And that's where you get Jacob's ladder from. Like he had 3 stones, blue stones, that when they were put together and created like a portal or whatever you want to call it, a ladder to heaven. And they call it the blue apples, blue stones, the grapes. They always depict it as like super huge in comparison to like an actual human, you know, in the paintings. The main one is from Midday Blue Apples riddle for Chateau Lyonnaise.
Okay.
All of that. So it was talking about how the fucking Emerald tablet gives you the key to understanding the blue stones, because the blue stones are what you need to add to the staff for Enlil or EA or whatever the fuck to create a key to give you the power of a god.
Knowledge.
Not just knowledge itself, but being able to understand the stars and all that other shit too. So
knowledge. Let's break it down to one word. Knowledge.
Yeah, knowledge. That's true. Knowledge. And so, oh my God. So it was the staff. Remember how I told you I chased the staff down? Like Noah's actual staff or Moses's actual staff. It goes back to the bloodline of Fisher, and I traced it back to I think the UK right now.
I recently did a video. Tarot cards, the Ace of Wands is a hand coming out of a cloud holding a staff with green vine with growth on it.
Yeah, that sounds
That's
about
not
right.
a coincidence. Yeah, that's not a coincidence.
Well, did you know the historian who wrote The Lost Tribe of EA, he's been looking for the staff and it's like the cloak or whatever, which goes back to the whole mythology behind what Irish mythology or something, Celtic lore. They talk about the cloak, they talk about the stone, and then they talk about oh my God, what's the other ones? There's 4, right? There's the 4 treasures, the cup, the scepter or some shit, the staff, the stone, and then the cloak. It's like kind of the same concept. And so in Irish or Scottish mythology, Celtic lore, Scottish mythology, what the fuck? Different variations. Still the same concept. So it just continuously, it's the same information that continuously changes to either confuse or protect it. And so the original thing is talking about EA's staff with the stone. The stone you would know as the Philosopher's Stone, which is the whole concept of the Emerald Tablet. You've got Moses's staff or scepter, whatever the fuck you want to call it. That's like part of it. Then you have the cup, which would, you could consider that the Grail for our translations. And then the cloak, which from Harry Potter, it's like the Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. It's the wand, the cloak, and the stone. So it's all the same concept. There's so much that goes into it, but regardless, it looks like all of this is pointing back to, again, the Emerald Tablet, which goes back to what Hermes or what's his name? Thoth. Goes back to Thoth. And so what's Thoth associated with all this? How do we go from all this we're in the land of to in ancient Egypt and Thoth? Because it goes from the king's list and it goes to Egypt, right?
Yeah, Thoth was the passer down of knowledge. He had the building blocks of what he had knowledge.
Yeah, and language. So Thoth, who was Thoth's dad? Where does he connect?
Bob, Bob.
He who is like the ibis. He was an ibis bird or a baboon. If I saw someone that looked like a baboon coming at me, I'd be like, you are not full of knowledge. You are full of fucking rabies.
You're going to shit in your hand and throw it at me. I know you are, you little monkey fucker.
Seriously, like what? Is that why they say we come from monkeys or whatever? Because of this? Like what? Okay, the god of the moon. So Thoth was the god of the moon. Who's his dad? I need to figure this out. He's the Greek equivalent of Hermes. But how do we go from the land of EA and Noah to over in ancient Egypt? Like where do we get that?
Well, I'll say this before I lose it. Now we know the Spaniards was looking for the fountain of youth. Is it possible they came across those Sumerian things and seeing kings ruling for tens of thousands, 40,000 years, 20,000 years, in the Bible, 1,000 years? Do you think that's why they believed that shit and thought there was an actual cup you could drink out of, and they associate with Jesus?
Yeah.
Is that why the Spaniards? I could see them. They had to have done research. They weren't just blindly raping and pillaging the world. They just
I blame the Persians, because if the Persians were the ones that fucked up Mesopotamia, and Mesopotamia goes back to the land of Sumeria, then the Persians fucked it up and forced a false narrative that we now know as Roman Catholicism or something like that, or Christianity. And even though Christianity is only half of what the real story is. So wouldn't we have to blame the Persians? The Persians and Emperor Nero that fucked it all up.
I think there's a laundry list of people who fucked it up throughout history.
Yeah, but I'm trying to see like where it really started to go bad, and it looks like the Persians are the fucking contenders. It doesn't even say who his dad is. Where does it come from? I don't know. Sumerian, the land of Sumer is older than Egypt, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, like, didn't we start in? Okay, Hermes. Okay, here we go. Thoth was also known by specific aspects of himself. For instance, the moon god, the moon for the entire month. The Greeks related Thoth to their god Hermes due to similar attributes and functions. One of Thoth's titles, Thrice Great, was translated to the Greek, making Hermes Trismegistus. But it doesn't say where he comes from. Where did we get? How did we get here? How do we go from Sumer to Egypt?
That site in Turkey, Gobi Tempe or Gobi Temple or Gobi Tempe.
Yeah, Göbekli Temple or Göbekli.
That proves the time frame of Samaria wrong right there, because Samaria is only like 8,000 years ago. So what puts it back to like 6,000 BC.
Oh, now I gotta look up Göbekli Tempe now or whatever.
Turkey, they're saying fuck, it's double. It's like tens of thousands of years old.
Oh fuck me! I can't even keep up at this point. Okay, so Potbelly Hill. It translates to mean Potbelly Hill. Göbekli Tempe means Potbelly Hill.
That's the good life. You only get fat when you don't have to work hard. You're civilized.
It's a Neolithic archaeological site in the southeastern Anatolia region of Turkey. Oh. Where are we? What are we? How? I don't know anything anymore. This is why we'll never know the truth, because it's impossible.
Well, it's the timelines that we have to work with. Everything, like you pull up any research book ever done, if their timeline's wrong, everything they say is fucking wrong. It's misplaced. They could be quoting like Sumerian 6,000 years ago when actually it was 106,000 years ago. That
But
puts
wouldn't
every
technically still be that the land of Sumer is older because it says that they have it documented that there was a king that ruled for 43,200 years.
yes, yes.
So then how are we in Gobekli Tepe saying it's older when there's no recorded history that shows it's older?
Well, here's the catch. They've never found any structures that substantiates that king's list. In other words, they've never found a temple buried underneath a temple of a temple that they can date back. They've never dug all of their diggings in that area, and they've been digging the fuck out of it for centuries. Well, not centuries. They've been digging the fuck out for a long time. They've never found any structure that dates back to coincide with that king's list. How the fuck is that possible? What did they do? That's impossible.
Well, it's saying that all of this is basically chilling in Sapar, and Sapar is a city on the east bank of the Euphrates River. Uh, Maybe we do really have like demons just locked up chilling in the Euphrates, and we just let them out because of an earthquake. Like fuck, I am at this point I'm ready to give up. Honestly, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be like, before you kill me, you're gonna sit here and you're gonna explain to me the true history, and then I'll be good to go.
Well, it'll be one of those things they'll touch you, and within a split second, you'll get the entire history, and you'll be in
There we
such
go.
fucking shock, you'll die of a heart attack.
As long as I get some fucking answers about this crazy ass bullshit that they're trying to force feed us down our throats. I mean, it's not like I'm like trashing Christianity. I'm just saying it's clearly not the true like whole story. It's not the whole story. And there's just like so much that's been left out, and that's why it's like, why would I sit here and believe all the stuff that you're trying to give me when it's a false narrative? It's not everything that we should know about.
Well, I'm banking on the fact that if they ever do come back, and I think they will,
The
I'm
fuck is
banking on
modern Teledur?
well, I'm banking on the fact that I accept their truth. I should be spared. I'm not a problem to them. I'm willing to learn. I'm a willing pupil, man. Teach me. I understand. I accept it. Let's move on. Now the
Well,
ones
why haven't we looked more into this place? Sapar, it's modern Teledur, Baghdad, Iraq. Like this seems like it's the oldest thing of it all. So the sister city of Sapar, though occupied from the Akkadian period, little is known of its history before the Old Babylonian period. The chief deity of Sapar, Amunum, was Ananatum, a warlike aspect of Ishtar, favored by the Akkadians. She is the daughter of Enlil. So see, there we go. We're back to the Anunnaki again. Yet we ignore all this. According to the cylinder of Nabonius, the temple Elamash of Enunitu was rebuilt by the Neo-Babylonian king. The cylinder also reports that the temple had earlier been built by Shagarakti Shisharish, a king of the Kassite dynasty of Babylon. Presumably, the temple had been destroyed in the interim by Shutruk Nakatata of Elam when he destroyed Sapar.
have you ever watched anything about Saddam Hussein?
No.
He actually believed the gods had his back. He thought like similar to Hitler's beliefs that he was doing the God's bidding. He actually thought he ruled the cradle of civilization. He thought he was bringing back. He thought the gods were behind him. He honestly did. That's how insane he was and delusional.
Huh.
Kind of like Frankie Jr.
Well, I mean, they're basically trying to state that you have to have population control or you're fucked.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, yes. Yeah. If we'd stop fucking like rabbits and multiplying, yeah, maybe if we can control our fucking hormones.
The House of Ur-Utu. What the hell? Cities of the Hdr East. This is so weird. So, like, It seems like everything in history is just chilling here. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the very location they claim the demons are locked up under the Euphrates River.
The gens.
Not just the jinns, but like okay, so for Hercules style, you got the Titans, right? They say it's the Titans, and they say exactly at this time when all the planets are aligned, that's when an earthquake's going to happen. It's going to release the Titans from the spot. But for the Bible or the Armageddon rapture, they're claiming the earthquake's going to happen during the time of Pisces for the over by the Euphrates River. And that's just where we had it, right? We just had it over in Turkey or something. A huge earthquake right there.
Yeah, we're in the time of Pisces right now.
I know. Let me see where that earthquake was. Earthquake Turkey. Earthquake Turkey. Turkey and Syria hit by another 6.4 magnitude earthquake. Oh wait, it got another earthquake 20 hours ago?
They usually come in ripples. It's probably a little less magnitude than the previous one, though.
But like, where was it? Oh, Adana and Syria. I mean, that's pretty fucking close. Uzunbag in Turkey's Hatay province. Is that okay? Euphrates. Angels or demons? I don't know how to find this. Here's Revelation. Oh, that's scary. It is said to the sixth angel who had the trumpet, release the four angels who were bound at the great river Euphrates. Saying to the sixth angel who had the trumpet, release the four angels who were bound at the great river Euphrates. Oh, I don't want to release angels. You know, there's been like claims of sightings of angels recently.
Yeah, there's only 7 trumpets, if I'm not mistaken, and you're reciting the 6th.
Why are we getting trumpets? Like, what the fuck? Stop with the trumpets. Once again, Revelation reminds us that God is ultimately in control of these events.
Well, think about it. Back, you see royal courts. The little dude would come in dressed funny and blow a trumpet, and then the king would enter, or the queen. Trumpets blowing. It signals the God speaking.
Says the region of the Euphrates where these four angels are bound has a notorious relationship to human sin. The first murder was committed presumably not far from the Garden of Eden in the Euphrates region. The first war of confederacy took place in that region. Nimrod began his kingdom there. Babylonian idolatry sprang up in the region and will be judged there. Oh, that's not, no, I don't like that. I don't like this. And who names their fucking son Nimrod?
You fucking Nimrod.
Hence why it's so stupid and it's an insult.
Well, I'm sure he was a little dipshit if we still use it to this day. You little Nimrod. He had to have been a little dipshit.
Seriously.
What did he fuck up?
Well, it's saying here we're binding Satan, not angels or demons. And the OT, the river Euphrates, was along the boundary of the Garden of Eden. When God made his covenant with Abraham, he gave him the land from the Nile to the Euphrates. And on Enoch, the angels of punishment turned to the east to the Parthians and Medes and get them to attack Israel. This is very similar, for these angels are bound at the great river Euphrates.
Well, here we go again. I mentioned it earlier. If God was fucking telling all these people to fight here, do this, I'll give you this, take this land, where'd he go? Why isn't he doing it now? He did it back then. Why ain't he doing it now? That's only according to their history. less than what? Mere 2,000 some years ago? According to him, 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years, he was doing that. Where did he go? Why isn't he talking to people now?
Why are we? So either we're gonna go out because of World War III and nuclear attacks, aliens, demons. I mean, why are we going to work tomorrow? That's my question.
Because this same scenario has been playing out for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Every generation thinks the horns are blowing. Every generation thinks it's their end time.
But look around right now. This is actually really an end of time. Like, it's a fucking shit show everywhere you look.
Yeah, you got to be positive. Nothing you can do to change it, but to accept it. Once you accept it, I think I'll have another beer.
I want to know the truth about our actual history before I die. Thank you. So those Anunnaki motherfuckers, when they come down, they better knock on my door and tell me exactly what's up before they take me out. Or I'm gonna haunt their ass.
Acceptance. I accept it. I don't worship them. No, they're not gods, but I accept them. And I'm willing to learn. You know, hiring. Are you willing to work overtime? Fuck yeah, I am. Will you really relocate? You're damn right I will. Will you work any shifts? Yes, I will.
I'm probably gonna trigger Barbara so hardcore tomorrow just because I don't know anything about the Bible. She's gonna be so pissed.
Yeah, well.
I think, isn't she Christian or something?
Roman Catholic. Yeah,
oh,
Roman.
God.
Yeah, she had an aunt and an uncle that was a priest and a nun.
Oh no.
And I know this not because I stalked her and looked into her background, it's because I watched her videos.
Well, I remember when she tries to make up an excuse for telling me I'm a piece of shit human being. She then says, I'm sorry, I'm not like this. I was not raised like this. And she seemed like very religious sometimes. And I'm just like,
yeah.
I mean, again, I'm not trashing religions. I'm just saying, like, clearly, we don't have the whole story.
Well, my perspective is religions are trashing me. I want the truth, and religions are not the truth. And they're actually trashing me. Back in the day, they would have killed me. You and I would have been dead by now.
I know, we would have been burned at the stake as heretics.
Yep. Just a few hundred years ago, not thousands, just like what, 300 years ago? 1800s? Fuck yeah. When did the Salem witch trial happen? That was 1800s, 1700s, 1800s, possibly.
Well, they're actually saying they're going to try and start to implement that again.
Seriously?
I mean, look at it. First, we're losing our rights to our bodies again as women. They're basically saying that we have to be reproducing even if we don't want to. They're trying to ban condoms and shit and abortions in states. Next thing after that is going to be, oh, if you go against the church, you're a witch. We're going to fucking drown you. And if you float, you're innocent, but you're still dead.
Wow.
Like, yeah, it's crazy. And it's funny too, because now in comparison, there's so many more people that come forward saying that, oh, I practice, I do this, I do that. I don't practice, but I believe that there's something more to what they're trying to cover up. And I believe in magic. I believe in all this because clearly there's something else to it. And also, I just want to say I believe it just to piss off the church.
I believe in the truth. I follow the truth. That's my church. The truth is my church. Wherever it leads.
And I mean, if you look at true witchcraft or whatever you want to call it, it just goes back to talking to crystals, reading tarot cards, and reading the stars.
Alchemy. That's what black magic. Alchemy. And the alchemy.
It's not like I'm trying to fucking turn shit into gold. Like, I'm good on that.
Alchemy's truth. and it comes from the stars. That's why it is the truth. How can it not be the truth if it came from the stars? It came from off this planet. It has to be the fucking. What, you think a lie is going to travel to this planet? Nope. The truth that comes to this planet gets turned into the lie once it gets to this planet, but it's the truth when it comes here. I ought to write that down. Hold on, I got to write that shit down so I don't forget it.
Wait, so where did the firmament come from?
The what?
The firmament?
What's that?
They say that we're in a bowl, and it's the bowl is water, and we can't get out of it. That's where the real as above so below comes from, and it makes sense because if what was it? Anne is sky, and Ki is earth, and that gives you Anunnaki. And they're saying they separated the sky from the earth, and that creates as above so below. And they claim in one of the Bibles, I don't remember what it is, but they call it like the firmament or something, where we trapped. We actually can't get out of here. We're like in a little bowl.
Well, I can see an analogy there. If water is life, without water, you have no life. So yeah, we're stuck in life. We can't get past just basic survival life. I can see
remember,
it.
the ancient Egyptians believed in order to get to space, you had to go through the water in the ocean. Instead of going up, you had to go in.
The underworld.
Instead of out, you go in.
Yeah, the underworld.
And when NASA first was formed, they explored the oceans. That's what they were created to do, was to explore the oceans. And immediately they found something that scared the fuck out of them so hardcore, they spent the rest of all their budget and even now trying to get us the fuck off this planet. Think about that.
Yeah.
They found something in them waters that they don't want to tell us.
Well, what's the safest place to go on this planet? If you was visiting this planet and you wanted anonymity, where would you go? The depths of the ocean.
No, I wouldn't go to this planet, period.
Hell, look at the woman of the lake with the sword. We got all throughout folklore, mythology. It's all of the gods coming from the waters. I mean, all
the
over
lady of the lake.
Yep, all over the world we have these, and even today, Christopher Columbus actually written down in his log, and we can read it. He talks about like a day or two before he discovered America. He was ready to turn around. The crew was fucked up, and it was like do or die, man. He was like, oh fuck. And he talked about these underwater lights was following him on his trip. Underwater fucking lights. Number one, there was no electricity back then, but you got underwater fucking lights. What the hell?
That's funny.
I talked to one person, they said, well, there's this creel or whatever these little organisms are, and when at nighttime, when they get together as part of their mating ritual or whatever, they illuminate. I'm like, get the fuck. This is a traveler, an ocean traveler. No, he said a fucking light. He didn't say a bunch of little organisms in the water appeared to No, it's a fucking light following him. And there was ones in the sky he talked about. Huh. I think we refer to them nowadays, they're not UFOs, they're USOs.
I don't remember, but yeah, they changed it to something stupid.
Yeah. And here's again, they're not unidentified. Quit saying unidentified. You're trying to brainwash people. No, we know exactly what they are. They're flying saucers. Water ones and air ones. They're not unidentified. Isn't that an oxymoron?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be like looking up the sky at an airplane, say, that's an unairplane. No, it's not. It's in the air and it's a plane.
It's in the air, it's a plane. Well, I'm like so shocked that if we do all this stuff, right? Why don't we look more into the Tablet of Kings? Why don't we get more validity to it? I'm so confused.
As far as like us researching, the only thing we can go off of is articles already written, and these are assumptions, speculations, and research that other people did. Well, at the same time, the truth is being withheld. I mean, for example, if an like Egypt took over the Egyptian antiquities, whatever, they took over all things, what, many years ago, 40s, 50s. They saw all these Britons coming over, mainly Britain, stealing all their fucking culture and history. Well, they've put a shutdown on it. Now they dictate what they release. So, in other words, if the Egyptian antiquities or whatever they call them come out and say, oh, we found a new vault and this is what we think it says, no one can question it. They've had all the time and effort, and they only let certain people in to see it. And the people they let in see it aren't going to disagree with it because they want to come back and visit again. They're going to totally agree with their story and their shit line. That's what we're up against. So how do you find these? It's virtually impossible. It really is. And if something credible comes out, it gets buried or shut the fuck down. No publishing company is going to print something that's the truth if it goes against what the norm is.
Yeah. That's
So
so crazy. It's like this is why I don't believe in all this stuff. It's just so
frustrating,
stupid.
ain't it? It's fucking frustrating knowing the truth at the right on your fingertips. It's right fucking, you can sense it's there. All the leads lead to it. But yet find something written about it. You have to make those jumps, those leaps of faith yourself, man. You have to.
Yeah, but they're like, Nibiru doesn't exist. And they just recently, I think it was this year or the end of last year, discovered, oh, there just so happens to be another planet twice the size of our planet that we've never been able to see before because you have to look at it at a certain time during the morning because the sun is so bright, it actually blocks it. And it is so massive that it's actually starting to move the axis of the sun. That's a lot of gravity, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Like, what? Where I want to find the article on it. It was like, as a new planet was discovered behind the sun, I think it was, and no one's really paying attention to it.
Well, think about the premise. We've been studying the sky for pretty extensively and here lately, very extensively. We can map moving objects. Now, all of a sudden, we see this massive fucking mass of a planet come in, and it's like, oh shit, we've never seen that before. What? Does that mean its rotation is longer than what we've been studying the stars and the planets?
So it said that the newly discovered planet named Proxima D orbits Proxima Centauri at a distance of about 4 million kilometers, less than a tenth of Mercury's distance from the sun. So this was the new planet detected around star closest to the sun. They just recently discovered this. This was posted last year in 2022. So a team of astronomers using the European Southern Observatory's Very Large Telescope in Chile have found evidence of another planet orbiting Proxima Centauri, the closest star to our solar system. This candidate planet is the third detected in the system and at a lightest yet discovered orbiting its star. At just a quarter of Earth's mass, the planet is also one of the lightest exoplanets ever found. Like, what? It's massive, it's huge, and it's like just chilling behind the sun. That's too close to comfort for my liking.
Well, the way they explain it, it doesn't sound like it has a molten core like ours. It sounds more like a moon, doesn't it?
I don't know. Whatever it is, it could totally take us the fuck out, just like they talk about Nibiru. Like, what is this? I think it's funny that in the time of 2022, they're like, hey, by the way, we found out a new planet exists. It's just been hiding this entire time behind the sun, just like they said. But by the way, you guys are crazy and planet Nibiru does not exist. I mean,
think of an intelligent race of people. And if they had this planet and they have the technology to be doing like coming here, making up gods and all that, and they live on this massive fucking planet, what better weapon for your enemies on other planets? All you had to do was steer your planet towards theirs in a close enough proximity that would totally destroy the planet you're next to, but won't affect you that much because you're bigger than them. That's a lethal fucking weapon, a planet itself. Maybe
Yeah.
that's why they needed the gold and their atmosphere was damaged, because they've been going by all these planets just wiping their asses out. Whoever they are, they were barbaric back in the day. The evidence is left behind, the folklore and the stories. They were bloodthirsty fucking barbarics, man. They were conquerors. They were like the Spanish.
Man, every time you look into the Spanish, especially the conquistadors, they sound like the fucking devil themselves.
Yes, incarnated, as they put it. Yes. And I believe these gods, the Anunnaki, they were they're an emulation of them. Yeah. They listen to the stories. Bloodthirsty fuckers, man. Barbaric, didn't give us no empathy. Even the Bible. Look at the Bible as an Anunnaki. No fucking empathy in the Old Testament. He was laying waste to anybody and everybody who questioned him. No empathy.
This is true. This is true. Well, I'm checking to see if we're being bitched about right now.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I don't have chat up.
Honeybee. Oh, okay. Let me see. I think we're safe right now. I don't click that one. I think we're safe for right now. Ooh, let me go into the land of Discord and see if they're being like, Candy's lost it. Because sometimes they do.
I'm going to grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Evnan also Sunny sign with a doc and doc pays. What is the difference? I don't get it. What? Why would you send both $10,000 to Jack Stoof? Why didn't you send it to like charity or something? I'm so confused. Who the hell's Mike McDonald? Why are we looking at this?
So you're telling me you have people that come on and watch your live feeds and don't comment here, but go back to Discord and start talking shit on Discord about you?
No, not necessarily talking shit, but sometimes they'll be like, what's Kay talking about? They'll be like, oh, she's off her fucking, soapbox talking about this today.
Oh, okay.
Okay, they're talking about what is going on. Oh man, they're talking about some weird shit tonight in Discord. They're going back and talking about, Mike McDonald, whoever that person is. I don't even know who that person is. But they I think they said on Twitter that they would pay up $10,000 to anyone who could prove they're the finder or whatever. And Barbarisi got him in contact with Jack and was like, Jack's the finder. So Mike was like, okay, I'll give you 10,000 for introducing me to Jack, and then I'll give 10,000 to Jack just for being the finder. And Dan was like, I don't want it. So instead, Mike McDonald gave the 10,000 extra to Jack too.
That's that gambling. The gambling.
Yeah, the gambling person. It's not beep I'm a Jeep or whatever. It was I forgot who Mike McDonald is. He's someone in the community, isn't he?
I remember the story, but if I'm not mistaken, he said the word finder.
Did you say Finder? I don't fucking remember at this point. Hold on. Let me find the screenshot again. Okay, he said, I'm a pretty big believer the fence treasure never existed. If you prove to me you found it, I'll give you $10,000. If you retweet this and part of the chain of retweets that reaches the finder, you and others in that chain will eventually share $10,000 as well.
Yep, Finder. Found and Finder. Nothing illegal about it. Nothing.
So congrats, Stu, on the solve. I never expected someone I know, Dan Barbarisi, would be so close to the story and revealing Jack. I offered each Jack and Dan 10K, Jack for the fine and Dan for alerting Jack of the bounty. Dan didn't want to profit, so I sent his 10K to Jack as well. Why would you do that? Jack already has a bunch of money from the fucking chest or something. Why are you going to give him more? I'm so confused. And then, oh man, I don't even understand the conversations happening in here tonight. I give up on Discord today. So, okay, remember that one guy I told you I've been like talking to back and forth from, I think it was like Hinge or something or Tinder. No, it's Tinder. He like messaged me and he's like, how are you feeling? Because I told him I've been sick and stuff. And so I was like, I'm picking apart religion and the Bible. I need a better hobby at this point. And he's like, maybe a better hobby would be to go out on a date with me. And I'm like, now you want to be social? He's like, I never lost interest in you. I've been busy with work and school. And I'm like, I'm busy too, but I'm still like, I want to be a hermit and not be social. And I think I hate men at this point. Like, fuck. It's not like I don't get asked out. I get asked out on dates all the time. Like, do I actually want to go on a date? That's the fucking question. Can I handle it? What if I go on a date and I order macaroni and cheese and all of a sudden I'm on the floor of the restaurant crying in a ball like I was yesterday in the kitchen?
No.
Exactly.
No, I don't mean no. You won't do something like that. No, you won't.
Do you think a normal person would cry in a ball in the kitchen making macaroni and cheese in the first place?
Well, you were by yourself. If you're sitting out on a date, you're going to be excited, inquisitive, adventurous. No, you're not going to lose it. Relax.
Willow Street, because I don't feel adventurous, inquisitive, or anything. I feel fucking mentally exhausted. And it almost seems like I just have to pitch myself to a stranger. They're like, hello, you need to, choose me as your ultimate life partner based on these excellent qualities that I have. Like, no.
No. What I'm saying is go to the date in mind. This is what you're going to have in mind. Prove to me you're worthy of my time. And just see how the date goes. I don't mean be nasty or rude. Just observe.
I'm not saying it'd be nasty or rude.
Huh?
I'm not saying it'd be nasty and rude, but I mean, oh God. And then right now he's saying, I've also been trying to get you to flirt back with me. It's nearly impossible so far. I told you, Street, I'm an ice queen. Like, normal me, I could be like flirtatious as hell. But the new me, I'm just like, I'm sorry. I forgot being flirtatious actually means I have to give a fuck for a moment.
It goes back to that. Show me you're worthy, and I'll flirt with you.
Oh man,
worthiness.
I feel bad.
Looking at it as you have to be worthy of them. They got to be worthy of you. You got to ask backwards there.
Mentally, like, even though I have been single and broken up and going through what you would probably consider a divorce at this point for 6 months, it feels like it's been only a few days. I'm not even kidding. Like, it feels like I got dumped a few days ago and he's going to change his mind. And then I'm going to go back to everything that I'm already used to. That's what it feels like.
I understand. I understand. But my advice to you, if you're looking to dip your toe in the dating scene, you have to enter into it. They have to be worthy of your time, not you being worthy of them. No, that's not how it works.
Can I just choose to be social once I get my hair done, at least?
You can choose it. That's the beauty of single. You can choose anything. Hell, I took a nap today for 5 hours, man.
That sounds amazing. I wish I could have done that.
Yes, and it felt good. I wake up. It's like that All American Rejects. Hope it gives you hell. I wake up with a smile every day, man. No matter when I wake up, I got a smile on my face.
I used to like that song. I feel like I could definitely relate to that song now.
Yes.
I'm just like, I kind of just want to clone myself just so I could shake myself to the point of clarity, because I'm like, mentally I'm still over here trying to see if there's still a possibility to DJ for him to fix everything and never fuck up again, which I know is never going to happen. And so it's more so just the trauma bond that I'm holding on to than an actual like story or ending or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Yeah.
But then it's absolutely just like not terrifying, but it just seems like a waste of fucking time to try and start from scratch again. Because, like, what if you start from scratch? You start to create a new life around whatever you're building, and then that goes to shit.
I've had in my 60 years, I've had a lot of breakups. I've had 2 divorces, a lot of breakups. The easiest way is out of sight, out of mind. I didn't have cell, but since I have a cell phone, I block them. I instantly block them. I don't want to be inundated with the what ifs. And then, like you said, the they're changed. Oh, it's the I feel horrible now, and they can make me feel.
You cut out. Straight. Straight. Did Barbara get you? Why are you a robot? You're not even on your laptop. Straight. Straight. What the hell? Straight. He just left. He's like, fuck this. I'll give him like 5 more minutes to try and rejoin. Participantes. Oh, look, it's 10 o'clock at night. I have so much more shit I have to do tomorrow. And then the next day. Stressful does not even begin to explain it. I don't see him trying to join. Did he abandon ship? I guess Street abandoned ship. So I'm gonna abandon ship. I don't see him in chat. Is he in chat? He blocked himself. Yeah, I don't see him in chat, and I don't see him back in Zoom. So I don't know, Street, are you gonna try and join again? Or should I just abandon ship? I think I'm gonna abandon ship. I went down enough rabbit holes for the night. Maybe your phone died. I don't know. Nobody knows what happened to Street. The Tablets of Destiny? I'm gonna Google that real fast. Okay. Tablets of Destiny. In Mesopotamian mythology, the Tablet of Destinies was envisaged as a clay tablet inscribed with cuneiform writing, also impressed with cylinder seals, which, as a permanent legal document, conferred upon the god Enlil his supreme authority as ruler of the universe. Well, Enlil sounds like a dickhead. If he's the one flooding all of us, like, that's rude. What's wrong with you? Oh, the turtle. So Enki steals the tablet from Enlil and brought it to the Abzu. Akkadian Anzu poem also share concern of the theft of the tablet by the bird Imdagud or Anzu. And the Babylonian Tiamat bestows this tablet on Kingu and gives him command on her army. In the end, that tablet always returns to Enlil. The tablet. Are we sure it's not the Emerald Tablet? Are we sure? Is it green? Human potential. I want to click this. It's at Barnes and Noble. What does this one say? Oh, it's $26. The Tablets of Destiny. Using ancient wisdom to unlock human potential. There is perhaps no greater enigmatic and potentially powerful aspect of Sumerian tradition and Babylonian cuneiform literature from ancient Mesopotamia than the infamous Tablet of Destinies or Tablets of Destiny. Here is the first ever public demonstration of secret knowledge and wisdom drawn from legendary cuneiform relics, far surpassing any previous academic interpretation of ancient artifacts available. Here's the result of one man's quest for the magic behind the magic, or discovery of the original system of perfecting, where to go? The human condition on a pathway which leads to infinity. Here is a new map on which to chart the future spiritual evolution of all humanity. The Tablets of Destiny constitute the prehistoric heart and soul of Mesopotamian mythology and magic, if we are to use the most convenient terms applied to its general understanding. But as a result of these terms, we are offered very little concrete, functional, or practical knowledge to apply to our lives. Our contemporaries in this field only translate and interpret the language of these ancient mysteries, but with little true self-honest understanding of what these words and symbols originally represented to the author that first set them down. But now this has changed. And Tablets of Destiny, using ancient wisdom to unlock human potential, Joshua Free maps the highest route of historic knowledge, expertly bridging materials from the Mardukite Research Library. But the wisdom and latest clarity revealed by the advanced next-gen systematology. New thought division, this much anticipated foundation, provides a concise and accessible guide to the fundamentals of cosmic ordering and the systemization of the human condition, described on cuneiform tablets as control of the divine me, or else the arts of civilization. The supreme knowledge and wisdom that commands all true authority of godhood in the heavens and sovereignty on earth. Access to this amazing potential is now available to all. I'm intrigued, but am I going to be intrigued for $5? Oh, there's only 2 options? I thought there was another option. Isn't there there's not a Nook version? Is it only hardcover and paperback? I want a Nook one. I want it right now. Fine, I don't want you. Go away. Uh, 7 tablets of creation. Ooh, I'll take that one. Huh. Two orders of beings, namely demons and gods. The demons had hideous forms. Wait, that's interesting. It's saying in the beginning, nothing whatever existed except Apsu, which may be described as a boundless, confused, and disordered mass of watery matter. How it came into being is unknown. Out of this mass, there were evolved 2 orders of beings, namely demons and gods. The demons had hideous forms, even as Bercerus said, which were part animal, part bird, part reptile, and part human. The gods had wholly human forms, and they represented the 3 layers of the comprehensible world, that is to say, heaven or the sky, the atmosphere, and the underworld. The atmosphere and the underworld together form the earth as opposed to the sky or heaven. The texts say that the first 2 gods to be created were Lakmu and Lakamu. Their attributes cannot be at present cannot bleh. Their attributes cannot at present be described, but they seem to represent 2 forms of primitive matter. They appear to have no existence in popular religion, and it has been thought that they may be described as theological conceptions containing the notions of matter and some of its attributes. Ooh. After countless eons had passed, the gods Anshar and Kishar came into being. The former represents the hosts of heaven, and the latter the hosts of earth. After another long and indefinite period, the independent gods of the Babylonian pantheon came into being. Anu, Ea, who is here called Nudimunded. Some interesting stuff right here. As soon as the gods appeared in the universe, order came into being. When Apsu, the personification of confusion and disorder of every kind, saw this order, he took counsel with his female associate Tiamat with the object of finding some means of destroying the way or order of the gods. Fortunately, the Babylonians and the Syrians have supplied us with representations of Tiamat, and these show us what form ancient tradition assigned to her. Oh, this is too much to consume. I think I'm tapped out. Either I'm going to watch a show or read a book that's not this, or just go the fuck to sleep because I have like a lot of shit I have to take care of. Nah. There's so much. There's so much. I don't know if Street's still in the land of the chat or if he just like abandoned ship. Let me check real fast. Nope, he has not tried to get back in. Frank finally got street. That's actually funny. The Anunnaki had the tablets of destiny. Enlil was the mean one. Yeah, Enlil sounds like a little dickhead. I think it's interesting that Fenn had an Egyptian Thoth. Yeah. Don't know what happened to Street. Thanks, Lucky. I wasn't really trying to do any work or anything. My brain just got curious and I wanted to figure out like the oldest type of writings we can figure out and stuff. And so yeah, we definitely found something interesting. I guess I probably should entertain the Book of Enoch now just to understand whatever that is. I do really want to know about the green comet though that's passing by Earth right now because I think that plays a huge part in whatever's going on. And it goes back to the whole story of Wolfram and Ectomux Parzival and how they claim that in the 6th century, this is when the Crusades were happening. They claimed that there was a time when angels and demons were here at war. So I don't mean specifically 6th century, but there's like the stories of all this. So I don't know. I wonder if I'll ever just be a normal person that could be like not talking about this. But I always find myself talking about this. It's ridiculous. I can't stop. But yeah, it would be nice if I could just be normal and go on a date, not cry over macaroni and cheese. I'm so sassy. I am so sassy. I should just put it in my mind that I'm going to always be single from this point on. Hey, Capricorn. Enki was the nice one. His city was Eridu, near the marsh at the mouths of the 2 rivers. His sides were the goat, the fish, which became Capricorn. Yeah, I'm a Capricorn. Woohoo! Capricorns for the win. Hey, they're talking about chaos. I'm not even trying to look for Fed stuff. It's talking about chaos. Huh. Fascinating. I mean, this clearly gives more validity to the whole concept of as above, so below. More interesting information to unlock. Gosh, I'm like so just like always live lately. I don't know what my deal is. Yeah, JK Pioneer is a Capricorn too. Fellow Capricorn, you are awesome. La 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 la. Wonder if I should read The Lost Tribe of EA again. Here, I'll read some of it. Let me find it. It's kind of like one of my favorites to read. See, it's called The Bluestones of Atlantis, Ireland, and the Lost Tribe of EA. It's such a good read. Okay. I think this is only 9 pages out of all of it. William Henry. I like him. So this is what started all of it for me. It's fascinating, and it goes back to my actual ancestors. It's so crazy. Surfing the net one night last fall, a few days after publication of my latest Atlantis Rising article, Secrets of the Cathars, my pulse suddenly quickened. My article connected the genocide of the Cathars, or Pure Ones, of southern France, the secret teachings of Jesus, and the supernatural blue stones of the Sumerian creator god Enki, or Ea, that opened stargates and caused enlightenment. Evidence flashed before my eyes that, in addition to Iraq and France, Ea, pronounced Aya, oh, I'm sorry, I've been saying Ea this entire time, Aya, also operated a bluestone-based Stargate mystery school at the Hill of Tara in Ireland. See, and I've already found this information before I even knew this information was documented by this William Henry. So, and then not to mention, I've always been intrigued by the what's it called? Why can't I remember the name of that place? Midday Blue Apples. Why can't I remember the name of the place right now? France. Oh well, I can't remember the name, but you know what I'm talking about. Midday Blue Apples. It's interesting that it relates to all this, and it talks about the mystery school. So Connor Newman, an archaeology lecturer at the hold on. I need a pee. I'm a human. Hold, please. Okay, I'm back. I'm suddenly cold. I feel cold. I don't know why I feel so cold. Maybe I just need to bundle up better. I swear my sleeping habits are ridiculous. I like destroy my bed every single time I sleep. Like I always make my bed, but I destroy it during sleep. And it's like, oh, I really need to fucking fix my room. It is a hot mess. Like I have clothes everywhere. Clean clothes. I just need to put them away again because when I was getting ready for Vegas, I just didn't know what to wear or what to pack. So I just destroyed everything. So I got to put all that back. I got to put my 100 cups, like not really 100, I got like 6 of them. I need to put them, and they're all from today too. It's funny. I need to put them, wash them and put them in the sink and stuff. I'm being a little hot mess, but whatever. I'm also eating chocolate just because I am me. So let's go to chat real fast. Land of the chat. No, the whole Terra. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Wait, no, that comment has been well known and discovered way before. But it does play a very important, huge part. Yes, Renez Le Chateau. Mm-hmm. 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 Bear with me. I'm having a chocolate first. Oh, dude, I don't get the mole. I tried getting into it and couldn't get into it. Okay. Mm-hmm. He was. We got a water. But did you say Inky was the asshole? Or was it Enlil? You said Enlil was the asshole, right? So how could Inky be the good one if he's the one that is the god of water and it's all about a flood? Wouldn't Inky be the asshole that flooded us all? I guess I'm just gonna sit here and eat the rest of my chocolate. March 2nd, 2022, astronomers Frank. That don't make sense though, Davey. It's documented all the way back to the 6th century. It's literally what the mythology of Catalonia, Spain is based off of. Is that emerald? Oh, an emerald. Green comet. The one flying by right now. Okay. Where will it be 50,000 years from now? A Stone Age? Days between 50,000 12,000 years ago? Damn. Then how the fuck did they know the last time we seen this thing was 50,000 years ago? Humans and Neanderthals already. Why is my brain like this? Why can't I be normal? Green comet. Takes 50,000 years for this comet to orbit the sun. Will only come once in a lifetime. That then how do they talk about it? Because this is what it talks about. How could there be scrolls? I swear, the fact that I discovered there is a massive mystery riddle and throughout history is like baffling to me. Flegitinus. Am I going back down this rabbit hole again? Fucking kidding me. Hey, what's this? Quest of the Dragon and Bird Clan. In Moorish Spain, universities arose in cities like Toledo, dominated by Moor Jewish scholars, with great emphasis on the fields of astronomy and astrology. By the 12th century, European Christians also attended these centers of learning and began translating Arabic works, including some of the lost Greek works preserved only in Arabic. Jared of Cremona translated Ptolemy's Almagest in Toledo, which was the world's foremost translation center of Arabic works into Latin. So it should come as no surprise that Wolfram von Echternbach claimed that the bard Kayat had translated Arabic texts that he obtained from the heathen known as Flegitinus. Okay, so Wolfram Echternbach was 12th century. And I believe, I don't know what century it was, but then it claims that Flegitinus goes back to the 6th century, which would be during the Crusades. The heathen Flegitinus could tell us how all stars set and rise again. With his own eyes, the heathen Flegitinus saw and told of hidden secrets that he was shy to speak of in the constellations. He declared the Grail, whose name he read in the stars. In Parzival itself, Kundry the prophetess from near the Ganges recites the names of the stars in Latino Arabic, revealing that such knowledge as found in Toledo was possessed by von Echternbach himself. Conjunctions of stars and planets signaled the advent of new cycles and holy messengers, according to the Muslim astrologer Al-Bumasar. First translated by Johannes Hispalenus John of Seville in the mid-12th century, his works Al-Mudkal al-Kabir, Introductorium Maius, and Dalalat al-Ashkash al-Uwaja, don't know what that means, had great influence on Western thinking. In particular, Al-Bumasar introduced the idea that the great religions or philosophies were all revealed after special conjunctions of Jupiter with one of the 6 planets. He also created an Islamicized version of the 3 Hermes legend found in the Greco-Egyptian Hermetic tradition. According to Al-Bumasar, various incarnations of Hermes visit the earth to introduce new religions or philosophies. In the west, the first Hermes was Idris, known in the Old Testament as Enoch. Second was Budhasaf or Babylon, and the third Horus of Egypt. Interestingly, all these prophets were said by either Al-Masar or his followers to have originated in or to have learned their arts in the Indies, Al-Hind, or China. See, okay, that's fascinating. Prophets were said by either his followers to have originated in or to have learned their arts in the Indies or in China. And I mean, ancient Taoism starts at China. Okay. An Eastern connection is not surprising when you consider that Al-Basar hailed from Balkh in Afghanistan and was probably familiar with medieval Zoroastrian. Yeah, I looked into that before. It took me to this one mountain. Roger Bacon and Pierre de Elie, following Al-Basar, pronounced that 5 prophets corresponding to 5 of the 6 planets had already appeared on Earth during conjunctions with Jupiter. Each had introduced a major world religious or philosophical system. The last false prophet, in their view, the Antichrist, would come with the grand conjunction of Jupiter and the moon. Indian tradition also links the last age with a conjunct Jupiter moon, but in reference to the Savior King Kalki rather than the Antichrist. At this time, the Lord will incarnate in Abraham and Brahmin family in the village known as Sambala, and will be known as Kalki. With unrivaled majesty, he will soar across the sky, destroying millions of brigands in ruler's disguise. Then will the age of truth commence, an age of righteousness and holiness. Satyayuga will begin when the sun, moon, and Jupiter rise together in the same house with Pushya, asterism in the ascendant. What the fuck? Ambumasar popularized as well the concept that regular conjunctions of the 2 slowest moving planets, Saturn and Jupiter, herald grand world events, both good and bad. Beginning in about the 14th century, these Saturn-Jupiter conjunctions were of great interest to Europeans, particularly in light of the frequent plagues that ravaged the continent. People from royalty to the peasantry paid close attention. Why is it spelled? That's not how you spell paid. Pay close attention to publications of conjunction-linked prophecies by astrologers like Cristoforo Landino, Marsilio Ficino, and Roger Bacon. By far the most famous of these prophets was Michael Nostradamus of Provence. See, this is interesting because they talk about Kaida Province. Is it possible Kaida Province was actually Nostradamus? Is that the same timeline? In his writings, he may have referred to the last prophetic conjunction as Jupiter with the moon when he mentions the 6 bright celestial splendor. Frequently, Nostradamus tells of a king or other significant person of the East, quite reminiscent of the Zoroastrian prophecies of the Savior King from Kingdas, and he mentions a king linked with the line of Hermes. Long awaited, he will never return in Europe. He will appear in Asia. One of the league issued from the great Hermes, and he will grow all over the kings of the East. That sounds like a plague. That doesn't sound like a person. Given the state of affairs in European astrology at the time, this could certainly be a reference to the Hermes and the 6 Jupiter conjunction described by Bacon and Delily. Astrological conjunctions also appear at the beginning of the new epochs in India, China, Mesopotamia, and Mesoamerica. In India, China, and Mesopotamia, all planets are said to have been aligned in the same location at the start of the Great Age. The sexagesimal cycles of China and India appear to originate from the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction cycle. Well, that was 2020, wasn't it? For Saturn-Jupiter conjunction? That gives you the Christmas star. As discussed earlier in the blog, such cycles may also have influenced the Mayan calendar. Exactly, because they talk about how the Mayan calendar was associated with the Christmas star. The conjunction of Sun with the Moon, Venus in the Pleiades, Orion, and Sirius is widely observed in many cultures. The ancient Polynesians saw conjunctions as signs, omens, and the navigator Hawaii Iola was advised to sail toward an auspicious conjunction involving Jupiter during his discovery voyage to Hawaii. Many Austronesian peoples looked for auspicious times for battles and other events in the conjunction of the moon with certain fixed stars and planets. According to Chinese accounts like the Pengchao Coatan, the inhabitants of Sanfotsi were expert astronomers and especially skilled in the prediction of eclipses. Fascinating. I still want to figure out where the fuck Sagittarius came from. How does that? How is there nothing on this? This goes to Solomon's stock. I don't know how this. God, this is gonna drive me crazy trying to figure this one out. Turn cycle. That's 72. Huh. Let's find 72. I don't even know what I just found.
Huh?
Oh. Page 72. What am I looking for and what am I finding? I don't even know at this point. Oh, look, more information on the Grail. I'll never stop. The Luciferian Stone. In these legends, no matter how free of religious overtones, we find again the connection of the Grail, conceived as a heavenly stone with a mysterious legacy and power associated with a primordial state that was somehow preserved during a period of exile. The reference to Lucifer beyond a Christian and theistic context may be seen as a variation on the theme of an aborted or deviated attempt at a heroic reattainment of the state. The theme of the host of angels descending from heaven with a grail resembles the theme of the race of the Tuatha Dé which was believed to be composed of divine beings. This race came to Ireland from heaven, carrying a supernatural stone, the stone of the legitimate kings, and other objects that, as we have noted, correspond exactly to those of the cycle of the Grail: a sword, a lance, a bowl, and that feeds people without ever being depleted. At the same time, the homeland of the Tuatha Dé was the Avalon, which, according to a noted tradition, is also the seat of the Books of the Grail, and which has often been confused owing to obscure associations with the place in which the Grail was eminently revealed. There's more. In some Celtic legends, the fallen angels are identified with the Tuatha Dé, and other legends mentioned is made of spirits who, as a punishment for their neutrality, were forced to descend on Earth. They are described as the inhabitants of a Western Atlantic region, which was visited by Saint Brendan. This region is a phantasmal of Avalon, just as the journey is a Christianized image of the journey undertaken by various Celtic heroes to reach the island, the original homeland and inviolable center of the Tuatha. Thus, we have a curious interference of motifs that finds an expression. For instance, in the Libhar and Dir, it is written that the Tuatha are gods who begat wise men. It is likely that they arrived in Ireland from heaven, which explains the superiority of their science and of their knowledge. Careful separation of themes may here differentiate from which refers authentically Luciferian elements, to which we may correctly apply the idea of a fall and a life on earth as a punishment, from that which, though a tendentiously deformed representation, refers to earthly custodians of the power from above and of the tradition symbolized by the Grail as a persistent, unaltered secret presence of that which was proper to the primordial and divine state. The neutrality of the Grail's angels mentioned in Wolfram it is reminiscent of the state ideally prior to the differentiation of spirituality which the Luciferian theme characterizes. And if Wolfram later on presents a different version, making terms that say that the neutral angels did not return to heaven, unlike the Tuatha, who returned to Avalon, but were responsible for their eternal downfall, and that those who want to be rewarded by God should not become an enemy of these fallen angels. We must remember how Christianity deformed prior traditions, substituting their original meaning with total different interpretations. See, I'm not the only one that says it. God, I'm tired of coughing. Generally speaking, owing to its prevalently lunar view of sacred Christianity, is often stigmatized as Luciferian and diabolical, not only that which is truly such, but also any attempts at heroic reintegration and any spirituality that does not foster a relationship of devotion and of creaturely dependence on the divine, theistically conceived. Thus, we often come across mixtures of motifs analogous of that of the Tuatha De Danann in certain Syriac Hebrew literature, in which the fallen angels eventually become one and the same with those who are awake. Huh. Okay, right here. Tertullian did not hesitate to attribute to the fallen angels the body of magico hermetic doctrines, namely those doctrines that helped Flegetanus penetrate the original text of the Grail, and that Le Morte d'Arthur attributed to Solomon, conceived as a forefather of the heroes of the Grail in the same terms of as Tertullian's. The Solomon was wise and knew all the virtues of stones and trees, and so he knew, of course, of stars and many other diverse things. When Innocent III accused the Knights Templar of following doctrines of demons, he no doubt had in mind the anti-Christolitric mysteries of the Knights Templar. This Pope instinctively proceeded to the same assimilation. Yeah. I cannot breathe again. Through which the primordial divine race was represented as the guiltier Luciferian race of the fallen angels. This is interesting. Talk some more about this, but I want to know the Castle of the Maiden, Parzival. Cameron. Glove. Do I want to in this one? No, I'm gonna keep looking. Let's try this one. Oops, I think I'm in trouble. Oh, what am I reading? I don't know. I'm reading everything. You gotta remind me of what you're talking about, because there's like a bunch of these. Oh. Okay, spring. Um. Okay. Wait, what? They actually found this? Aegea and Astria then followed closely behind. I've visioned these three walking in a triangle, Hygeia holding the chalice and Astria the spear, which drips blood. This symbolizes the magical fusion of water and fire, female and male. This image of the Holy Grail appears in the story of Parzival, who sees the spectacle when he stumbles upon the Fisher King's castle. The first known version I recently discovered was by a Persian astrologer called Flegetanus and was transferred to the Western mystery tradition by the Knights Templar. So it says Flegetanus, legend. I'm not even saying this properly. Phleganatus, Phlegan, Phleganatus, Atus, Phleganatus, Phleganatus. What is wrong with me? I quit. Was a descendant of King Solomon on the matriarchal side. It is not recorded exactly what he saw in the heavens, but it is interested that it was a star transmission that things were about to change. I'm sorry. There is a Western mystery tradition. The Knights Templars. I don't leave them now. What? So many rabbit holes. No. Um, hmm. I just want to find the heathen. I just want to find the heathen. How do you find the heathen? Let's try this one. No, not that one. I read that. Wait, that's Polish? Wait. Why is this impossible to translate? No. No. Oh my gosh, this is gonna drive me bonkers. Hmm. Muslim astronomer. Hmm. Wait, I want to figure out what the fuck this is. Huh. It's kind of mean. Reynolds family. And Jew. What are they doing? And Jew. Stone of Thunder. I don't know what this is. I don't get that. Sky. Really admiring someone. 2 villages. Huh. Huh. I don't know if I should click this. Ah. Huh. Ooh. What the hell am I looking at? Ah. That thing just yelled at me. Why can't I just be normal? It's like 11 o'clock. What am I doing? I'm trying to find the same shit I'm always trying to find. No, it's gonna be that. Wait a minute. He's a heathen. That's German. So then what would the German translation? Uh, Orient, no. Hey. Let's just go for heathen. Okay, so yeah, let's just go here. This is the valley. Hey, who breaks through the valley? Means pierce the veil. A valley, veil. Pierce the veil. Okay. Uh, uh Oh, that's funny. Parzival literally means pierce the veil. And that means to see through an illusion or find a hidden meaning, to see the truth within a lie. So the main character is telling you you need to figure out how to spot the truth within a lie. Okay. So Parzival is the key to teaching you. Legitanus is the one who's the heathen and a descendant of Solomon. He knows how to read the stars. So Solomon, Solomon, King Solomon. Why do you say descendant of Solomon? Little Solomon. He was into alchemy too. He knew about the Shamir. Parzival literally is fake. Pierce the veil. Wolfram means wolf raven. Okay. Then how come okay, Parzival's pierce the veil. Okay, growl again. What does that mean? Growl meaning cup, bowl. It goes back to crater. Okay, the crater goes back to the Oracle of Delphi. The Oracle of Delphi associate Solomon? It goes back to Nostradamus because Nostradamus said his bloodline goes back to the Oracle of Delphi. Oracle of Delphi knows how to read the stars. Okay, okay, that's the cup or the bowl. Here's the veil. I like Ready Player One, but that's not the one I need. It goes back to Andrew. Spot the truth and the lie. Grandson of Mazdan, Parzival's great grandfather. I think Andrew is the uncle. Okay, loved by Andrew. A knight at Arthur's court, sister of King, widow of King Uther. King Arthur's mother. There's King Arthur. Interesting. Knight. What the heck? The scientist and an astronomer. And these are a lot of characters. There. I mean, it's gotta be Legit China's one we gotta figure out. And straight up saying Pierce Bale. This is the alleged Percival source. Okay. Where do you go? Uh, oh. I don't know what I'm clicking. Okay. Huh. Other guard when binged. Oh. Okay. I found her before. Huh. Okay. I don't know if anyone's still here. Whoa. I just found something. Whoa. I don't even have words for this right now. I found the name, the inspiration, and the answer to Wolfram von Echtenbach's Parzival, which unlocks the very chess motif we know for the Forest Fen treasure. I just found his reliquary box. I knew what it's based off of, and it gives the bloodline of Solomon and the seers that trace back to the Oracle of Delphi. All in one. Oh. Oh my. Explains why there's nuns on the chess motif now. It explains why there's nuns. I don't even know. Whoa. Whoa. Fucking whoa. So I found it. I don't think people understand how. Oh no. Oh no. Play of the virtues. It really is from the 12th century. The true one, at least. Huh. What the hell? $1,000 nouns. Wow. Okay, September. Relics. Doctor at the church. What the hell? This is not a coincidence. Huh. Okay, I'm afraid to. Okay, never mind. Someone jumped in and then someone left at the same time. Um, Hold on, you guys. I'm going down an interesting rabbit hole. Wait, did I just lose everything? Huh. Oh yeah, I just lost everything where I was at. So she's the doctor. Huh. What in the hell? That. uh, oh my god. That's why it's there. The Rhineland. Oh my god. This is the answer to. Oh my goodness. Did I just. No, I cannot. I cannot. Oh my god. There are hints she had access to Greek and maybe Arabic medical texts. Huh. my god, is this the actual church? Oh, here we go, Swabia. Many monasteries and traveling nearly 250 miles. She was in Swabia. And oh my god, yes. Okay. September 17th. Oh my god. Okay. Ow, my neck. Oh, okay. That was a little weird. Okay. You know what? Let's try this. What? World of Precious Stones. Hey, I own that. Gemstone of Paradise. Grail is a precious stone. Most uses stones to mark the inner structure of his work by finding its twofold grave. First, the progress of his hero. Okay. Hmm. That's a little weird. I have that. Swabian. Okay. Oh god, I'm going so deep. Okay, Gems of Paradise. I have that. Okay, Swabian. Oh shit. Oh my god. What? No way. And Augustine's acceptance of gemstones, primeval association with the Garden of Eden, his acceptance of the garnet or ruby, the carbuncle, as the embodiment of the persistent truthfulness, will not allow itself to be overcome by the darkness of falsity, and his acceptance of the emerald as possessing the greenness of life. Within it, that it's not subject to withering on the vine and drying up, and accepting the ancient belief that the ruby can be seen to glow at night, just like an ember of a fire that refuses to go out. Anthrax carbuncle, Augustine gives Wolfram a theological symbol for the true fidelity without falsity that Wolfram expects of the keepers of the Grail, and above all, the woman who carries the Grail and all of the women associated with it. In the emerald, Wolfram has a color for the stone, and for the Mardi, the cloth that covers the Grail. For the hope that life that cannot be overcome by the desolation of death is the stone for the grave of Gomerich, Percival's father. Here, Wolfram's near contemporaries, the Swabian Albertus Magnus, Hildegard of Bingen in the Rhineland, and the earlier Bishop Marbode of Rennes, can give us more help in entertaining the intellectual and spiritual world of the precious stones. Albert the Great, or Albertus Magnus, was in many ways the outstanding scientist scholar of his age, interested in everything including magic and mineralogy, as well as things more directly spiritual. He was a teacher of St. Thomas of Aquinas and an early advocate of scientific method through appeal of observation and verification. His Book of Minerals draws on all the writers known to him and is not without a good leavening of his own observations, either for confirming or questioning the transmitted wisdom of the ages regarding the properties of precious stones. The description of the origins of gems echoes the language of Augustine of the origin of Adam. To begin then with our treatment of the nature of stones, we say in general that the material of all stones is either some form of earth or some form of water. Ah, hold on. Well, what about... Okay. Okay, we got Albert. How does he connect to her, though? Ruby. What? Oh, wait. Is that allegory? From two nodes of the eternal glow of the ruby, the garnet, and the spinel. But where is... How... Okay. The gems. Where is she, though? Okay. Whose lifetime may have just overlapped that of Wolfram. I find that she knows much of the theory of origins and even goes beyond her predecessors in giving a sort of confident detail about what happened in heaven before the fall and the geothermal process to generate jewels. In her preface to her book, The Golden Stone, she associates gems with the fall of Lucifer. Huh. She organizes the preface to her work on precious stones in a framework. Lucifer on both sides and the more scientific discussion in the middle is forcing the reader both to do science and to think of the moral and religious dimension of what presented scientifically. Huh. At the shock of contact between hot volcanic rock and the sea creates spewing foam. A spume adheres to rock and subsequently dries out. Comes from under the heat of the sun in about 3 to 4 days. The rivers then take the gems to all the parts of the world, thus having endlessly combined water with air. Under the influence of hot earth and the sun's fire. How gems are formed from water and the other 3 elements. What? So she's associated? She associated stones with healing? Interesting. Okay. That's a massive. That is massive. Let's try Swami again. Who's there? 1170. She was there in 1170? Okay. Okay, so it has to be this monastery. Because this is the church. Or monastery. Which monastery? She was in Swabia. Sybil of the Rhine. Several Swabian monasteries. Okay, so oh fuck. Okay, what was the name of that? No. Damn it, what did I do? Pardon? Okay, here we go. Here it is. Meinberg. Meinberg. Meriden. It's like Meriden. Meriden. Okay, let's try this one. Book of Divine Works. Oh, okay, I'll click that, I guess. Ooh, no. No, no, no. Hmm. What's his name again? Roger Sherman Loomis. Let's try this. Roger Sherman Loomis. Again. Oh. That's rude. So make me buy things. I don't want to buy things. Oh. Well, why did he never mention her? So she's in there too. What? So much closer. She created it. She's from the 12th century. Is she? No, she's not from the 12th century. She's almost. She was a poet, though. Oh. Hmm. What in the hell? Oh, that's pretty. Interesting. Huh. Huh. Ooh. Wow. Sorry, I'm neglecting. Um, okay, I'm going back to down the rabbit hole. What did I just discover? Wow. Wonder. I wonder. Ooh, no, nothing for that one. And it was called that. Oh, let's see what that looks like. Never heard of that before. Oh, that's weird. Weird. Hmm. Allegorical towers. Whoa. Okay. It's definitely on the right track. Academia. No, that's too much. Oh. Huh. Nope. Hmm. Oh, more things to read about. Okay. Hmm. Bingo. Huh. Hmm. Huh. Um, that's not it. And that one. Yeah. This one. Ooh. Not technically that. Let's try that one. Oh. No, we can't do that. Uh, okay. Found more. Okay, so the debate in the castle, although it follows the general pattern of its incidents, is unique in its argument. In the Chateau de Moor and its two clear descendants, the Middle English Castle of Love and the Mirror of Lewd Men, give each of the daughters only one speech, and Mercy argues that God should honor her above her sisters, a redeeming man, since she is the eldest of his daughters. In another version, the king of four daughters, Mercy simply asks for mercy with no claims of premature. In yet another version of four daughters, she simply states that since she is his daughter, he should have mercy. Each of these versions of the Parliament of Heaven are simple, with little dramatic tension placed before the incarnation. The version, the Chart of the Abbey of the Holy Ghost, however, although also pre-Annunciation, bristles with dramatic tension. As Peter Meredith has pointed out, the version is very close to the episode of the Parliament of Heaven in the Endtown Annunciation play. For the daughters appear in this version, God has already decided that. The debate begins with the truth who argues against the salvation of mankind. Mercy responds supporting salvation, righteousness that argues mankind does not deserve salvation. Okay. So I found it. Alrighty. This motif is an insane pain in the ass. An insane pain in the ass. So I figured out again, Fenn's chess motif is the riddle to Wolfram von Echtenbach's Parzival. The answer to Parzival is Hildegard. Hildegard is the answer because she was the first back in, I think, the 11th century, almost 12th century, to write the very first play about mankind's soul and the human genesis. And then from there, it goes from the 11th century to the 15th or 14th or 15th century, which gives another depiction based on in Swabia, based off of her stories, because she actually was the Sibyl of Rhineland. She traveled to Swabia in the 12th century or end of 12th century, beginning of 12th century, whatever, 11 something. And from there, it talks of her abbey and her nuns that were depicted as the vices and virtues. So it literally shows that the motif is a different. So the chess twin, forest chess twin in the is it the Ohio I think it's the Detroit Museum. It literally says attack on the Castle of Love, right? It talks about how this is literally called the Castle of Love. So it stems from Hildegard, the Sibyl of the Rhineland. And that explains why the chess motif itself has the arms and the crest of Swabia, because Swabia was in the Rhineland of Germany. So it started with the Hildegard. She was a prophetess. I can't talk. I'm so tired. And she talked about as above, so below, the stars and everything like that. And oh my god, she talked about all that. So, anyways, finally found it. The actual connection to why I'm so obsessed with Wolfram von Echtenbach's Parzival, because of the chess motif of Forrest Fenn. It's all connected. It's all about the struggle for the mankind's soul, for purgatory between heaven and hell. So much to it. Oh my god, there's so much to it. Maybe I'll here. Let me put the link in here so you guys can fuck around with it yourself, because this hurts my brain, but I found it. I found more than what Roger Sherman Loomis found. And that's like a feat in of itself. I just found more than what Matt DeMoss found from Smell of Sunshine. I think I'm the first person to actually find a bigger backstory on Forrest Fenn's chess motif than what has been shared. And it only took me forever. But anyways, here you go. I'm gonna pin it too. There you go. That right there. You can learn more about the connection for Swabia, the Rhineland, Hildegard, and the obsession and the riddle of Wolfram von Echtenbach's Parzival, which Parzival means pierce the veil, so it's just a trick in and of itself. But the whole concept is that Hildegard was connected to Solomon for the Song of Songs, and it talks about how the true bloodline associated with what they call the Grail can read the stars. they go back to Flegetanus, and Flegetanus and all that goes back to this. So Hildegard is one of the riddles. Hence why she has the story that is the motif of the Mincingers, that is the riddle of courtly love and the secrets of the universe. There we go. I found another piece of the puzzle. It only took me 6 hours tonight. Okay, I'm gonna go to bed now. Goodbye.